The United States is on target in West Asia. The country's troops were attacked by a drone in northeastern Syria yesterday. This is the second such attack in recent days. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken dialed Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and warned that the escalation of tensions in the region was in no party's interest. He stressed on the need for a Gaza ceasefire. The United States, along with Egypt and Qatar, has called on Israel and Hamas to meet for negotiations on the 15th of August in Doha or Cairo to finalize a hostage for ceasefire deal. While there's no confirmation from Hamas, Israel has said that it would attend the talks. This as pressure builds up on the Benjamin Netanyahu-led government to get back the remaining hostages. An Israeli senior security official told Channel 12 that some of the hostages held by Hamas in Gaza are presumed to be in serious condition and may not survive much longer in captivity. Despite this, Israel's aggression in Gaza continues. In the latest, an Israeli strike at a school in Al-Sahaba area has killed an estimated 90 to 100 people, leaving dozens more wounded.
Hezbollah has upped its offensive against Israel. The Iran-backed group claims to have launched explosive-laden drones at Israel's army base. It is the first time that the group has targeted the base. This in response to an Israeli strike in the south Lebanon city of Sidon that killed a senior commander of Hamas, Samar al-Hajj. The Lebanese government has accused Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for waging a regional war in Lebanon to save his neck. While speaking to the media, Nasser Yassin, minister in the government, said that Lebanon has been stepping up its preparedness for more attacks from Israel. He added that his country would not stand the same level of aggression that Gaza is facing.
A fragile nation like Lebanon won't stand such aggression to this degree of we're seeing in Gaza. But we have to be prepared. We pulled ourselves together to really work on advancing our preparedness, whether the healthcare or logistics or having food, fuel and other stuff, to a certain level that we can actually absorb such aggression in the first instances of an Israeli attack on Lebanon. Someone who flies or sends their militants or their assassins to another capital, is not shy from waging a regional war.
Well, not just Lebanon, the whole of West Asia is bracing for an escalation given a possible wave of attacks by Iran and its allies to punish Israel for the killings of senior members of Hamas as well.
So, apparently, Israel's getting hit. The U.S. is jumping in, all-out war in Israel and in Ukraine. So it's like, World War III, but we're fighting on two fronts. So that's great, right? So maybe we'll be like Ukraine soon. We'll be like enlisting Downies. That'd be really cool. And because we're just gonna like totally deplete our male population, totally exhaust it in an all-out war, and all that'll be left are the females. And they're gonna put up a fight against the corporate overlords that rule the world. Let's turn this up. Play some Fallout.
Leader Ayatollah Khamenei's order to harshly punish Israel over the assassination of Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh.
We're on the Brotherhood of Steel ship. We're going to do some missions. Let's see what we got. Learning curve. Speak to the Brotherhood scribe. Show no mercy. Meet with Elder Maxon. Alright, I'll meet with Elder Maxon. Seems like the closest thing.
When we hear rhetoric like that, you've got to take it seriously, and we do. Now, the United States has already pledged to provide Israel $3.5 billion to spend on its weapons and military equipment. For its support to Israel, the United States...
$3.5 billion. Wish I could get some of that.
The country's troops were attacked by a drone in northeastern Syria yesterday. This is the second such attack in recent days. The U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken dialed
Hell out of dance following me. So he's gonna have a lot of carry weight.
was a no
That's a good
parties
thing.
interest.
That'll help us a lot,
Stressed on the need
especially in
for a Gaza
survival.
ceasefire. US along with
And he can
Egypt
take a lot of
has
lot of
called on
hits.
Israel and Hamas
Maxon
to
was
resume
right. Let's see.
negotiations on
Let's
August
play it.
15th in Doha or in Cairo to finalize
You know,
a hostage
before getting
for
shipped to the
ceasefire
Commonwealth, I thought
deal.
Elder
There was
Lyons
no
still had
confirmation
some
from
good
Hamas.
points. The Brotherhood in the Capital Wasteland, they were about helping. But this assignment, it's opened my eyes. On the flight here, we passed city after city. Buildings taller than I've ever seen. Some that nearly clipped the Prydwen. And who uses them now? Mutants. Freaks. Seeing all that destruction, tens of millions dead, brought on by technology run amok, it made it so clear. Elder Maxon is right. The wasteland needs to be cleansed. And we're the ones
Purge them all. Cleanse them all. It's so funny. And we're the ones that are gonna do it. They're like kind of trying to paint him as like the, you know what they're trying to do. I don't need to spell it out. You know what they're trying to do. Alright, sugar bombs. Call them. Start picking up sugar bombs. Now that I can pick up a lot of stuff. Mining helmet, nah. Chocolate shell, sure. Alright, just looting everybody's stuff. Plasma sponge. Cool. I'm taking all your stuff, man. I mean, you're telling me you got stuff? I'm gonna take it. I'm taking it, I don't care what you do. Yeah, cruise terminal. Nah, I don't want to look in there. Sweater vest and slacks. Nah. I don't want to look like an HMO. Know what I'm saying?
If Dumb and Ugly had a child, it'd be a super mutant.
How the hell do I get... Did I go downstairs? Where's the downstairs? Oh, there it is. Alright. Yeah. A little parkour for you. Woo! Yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright, where's this Maxim fella? Yeah, let's get some sweet lighting in here. Sexy, man. Yeah. So cool. So cool lighting. Pretty cool. Iran to honor push for Israel, Hamas to resume talks. Yeah.
Maxon's age 40. He's a brilliant tactician and an experienced soldier.
Alright. If you say so, dude.
Put one more in its head for good measure. Our vertebrates should get superiority. Now that you've familiarized yourself with the Prydwen's crew, are you ready for your next assignment, brother?
What kind of question is that?
Just point me to the action.
I applaud your enthusiasm, Knight. Let's get right to it then. Shall we? Take a look over there. That's Fort Strong. And it's infested with super mutants. Having those aberrations of nature close enough to smell is making me sick to my stomach. To make matters worse, they're sitting on top of a massive stockpile of Fat Man shells we could use in our campaign. I want you to head over there, wipe out everything that moves, and secure that stockpile. Understood?
Alright, man.
Consider it done.
Look, I realize you're eager to take the fight to the Institute, but it'll have to wait. The Brotherhood cannot allow those abominations
Got
to
to
have a
love
nuclear
that.
arsenal at their fingertips.
Bounces
It'll
like,
be a
oh,
pleasure
yeah,
to
dude.
exterminate that mutant filth.
Now,
Hell
we have a
yeah,
vertebra
dude. I
outside,
love these guys.
fully armed and ready to depart. Use it to carry our message to Fort Strong and wipe those dirty mutants from the face of the earth. Dismissed.
Yes, sir. I salute you, my captain. Alright, let's wipe these filthy mutants off the face of the earth. Like my captain said. Like the game is telling me to do. Alright. I'm gonna do it.
Welcome aboard, Knight.
I'll take joy in my duty.
And we're cleared for release.
I'm not even gonna wear power armor. I'm just gonna make Paladin dance to it because he's got infinity battery.
Having the Prydwen moored above the airport keeps the Brotherhood within striking distance of the city.
Oh shit. Behemoth? What the hell is that? Shit. Crazy. Oh, you got me with a rocket. Probably should have gotten out at that point. Yeah. Well, I've got to take out the starting soon. There we go. Alright. Alright.
And you didn't scuttle the ship. Thanks, Initiate.
Sure. Anytime.
Sure. Oh. 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 Huh. Okay. School flak over school strike. Okay. Let me put this on real quick.
And so on. He's not a military commander who's hiding in tunnels and so on. I think that was also interpreted by Hamas as a clear message. Of
now that you've had a chance to roam the Prydwen, what do you think, Knight?
On the other side, in Hamas, it's quite
She's
possible
very impressive.
Yes. Quite a feat of engineering, isn't she? It took the Brotherhood's sharpest minds over 2 years to design and more than...
Now that
time well spent, I'd say.
Indeed.
Really,
with the Prydwen in our arsenal, we can mobilize our entire division, sending her anywhere that Elder Maxon wishes her to go.
Her presence in the Commonwealth ensures that our mission to defeat the Institute will end in victory.
Hostage release or about
they don't stand a chance.
Amen to that, soldier. In any event, I hope your tour of the Prydwen helped acclimate you. I think you'll find that the more familiar you become with both her capabilities and her crew, the longer you'll survive as a crew. You're dismissed.
Desire for a ceasefire negotiation, but we can also see potentially
try to filter it out.
Station
keeping maintained.
Now that Yahya Sinwar is fully in charge.
Dr. Hassan, finally, do you agree there's a drive to urgently hold these negotiations because of the fear of a regional conflict escalating?
I think fear of a regional conflict is one driver that's motivating
System deltas
some
at
of the urgency
100%.
behind these efforts.
Secondary deltas
But in
standing
reality,
by.
it's difficult to see why this attempt would be different from its predecessors. I don't see the United States exerting real pressure on Israel in the form of withholding aid or withholding weapons or threatening coercive action on Israel. And so I think without any real exercise of leverage on the negotiating parties, which is something we haven't really seen so far, it's really difficult to see why this round of negotiations would be more successful than its
Adjusting
predecessors.
internal bayonet pressure.
I'm talking
Green
to
lights across
Dr.
the board.
Hassan Al-Hassan, is a
Delta
senior fellow
sequence
for
initiated.
Middle East
Completion
Policy,
time,
International
14
Institute
minutes.
for Strategic Studies. Dr. Hassan, thank you for talking to us today.
Thank you.
Israel has been facing global flack over the deadly Gaza school strike. While Gaza health authorities claim at least 100 displaced Palestinians were killed, Israel claims 19 Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants were killed in the strike. Israel has released a series of videos to defend its actions. Take a look at this video released by the IDF. The visual shows an aerial view of the Al-Tabun compound of the airstrike. It shows a minaret and an outline of the mosque building. The Israeli military has released yet another video. It claims to have struck some 30 Hamas targets over the past 24 hours. The military alleges it struck military structures, an anti-tank missile launch post, and weapons storage facility. The IDF has accused Hamas of using school compounds for military operations. A statement by the Israeli army says the strike was carried out using 3 precise ammunitions, but experts believe it cannot cause the amount of damage that is being reported by the Hamas-run government.
Joining our cause was the wisest decision.
Following the strike, the Hamas-run Government Information Office in Gaza published an unverified casualty count, which was then shared around the world.
What sort of
These figures do not distinguish between combatants and non-combatants, and they do not match the information held by the IDF. This pattern of systematic abuse of schools or military activities by Hamas and Islamic Jihad endangers both Gazans and Israeli civilians. It must be condemned by the international community.
The Hamas-run government has rubbished claims by Israeli forces. It alleges many displaced people were attacked while they were performing prayers.
Welcome aboard, Knight. Instruments are green, and we're cleared for release.
I was getting ready for the dawn prayer with the others. Suddenly, they were cut into pieces and became martyrs, and dozens of the wounded were taken to hospital. As you can see, we are collecting the remains of the martyrs.
The West has denounced Israel's school strike. Israel's ally, the US, in its statement says the strike underscores the urgency of a ceasefire and hostage deal. The UK has raised concerns over restrictions on aid. Qatar and Egypt, involved in negotiations between Israel and Hamas, say the attack shows a lack of willingness on the Israeli side to put an end to the ferocious war. Israel, on the other hand, has shrugged off school strike critics to issue new Gaza evacuation orders. It has expanded evacuation orders in Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip overnight. This has forced tens of thousands of Palestinians to leave in the dark as explosions from the tank shelling reverberated around them.
Having the Prydwen moored above the airport keeps the Brotherhood within striking distance safe.
زي ما انت شايف كلنا مش عارفين وين نروح وكلمة وين نروح مش سهلة. هاينا نحن نطلع على مكان احنا لسه مش عارفين خيره من شره ومش عارفين اذا احنا هنروح خيام او بيت او مش عارفين مدرسة.
احنا يا عم تعبنا 50 مرة نزحنا يا عم حلونا وين العرب؟ احنا الأقصى مش إلنا لحالنا الأقصى لجميع المسلمين يا عم حسوا فينا والله.
And for more on this, we earlier spoke to Dr. Hassan Al-Hassan. Dr. Hassan is a senior fellow for Middle East Policy at International Institute for Strategic Studies, and this is what he had to say.
Very difficult that the Israeli military makes. There's really almost no way to independently verify the identity of these individuals, especially since Israel continues to block access for foreign journalists and frankly that involves local journalists who otherwise have been able to provide some coverage. But Since Gaza remains locked out from international coverage and reporting to a very large extent, it's become very difficult to verify these. Now, beyond that, the question of whether it is legitimate to kill and maim hundreds and hundreds of civilians in order to take out one or two or more Hamas militants, I think, has become extremely pressing. We've seen Israel in the past justify the killing of hundreds under the pretext of taking out even one Hamas commander. And I think that this obviously is a point that raises international concern, and one that international legal bodies and parliament experts have. So I think not only is it difficult to verify things by the Israeli military, it's also questionable whether, even if in fact these things are true, whether that would be a legitimate way to conduct military operations.
The state of Israel is facing a wave of criticism after an air bombing on a Gaza school in which more than 100 Palestinians were killed. The Gaza's Palestinian government said that the Israeli military, on the other hand, has claimed that the airstrike targeted some kind of a Hamas command and control center inside of the school. The strike hit when the people were sheltering at the school and were performing their morning prayers, resulting in catastrophic casualties. The Hamas media office has said on Saturday that the school was being used to shelter thousands of displaced Palestinians whose homes had already been bombed by the State of Israel.
Israel, as usual, didn't give a warning. It strikes regardless of whether there are children, women, young people, or old people. There are peaceful people in the mosque, one of Allah's houses. There were people praying. There were people washing, and there were people upstairs sleeping, including children, women, and old people. The missile befell on them without warning. The first missile and the second hit them. We recovered them as body parts.
Hamas says that the strike is a horrific crime with a serious escalation.
The worshippers have gathered to perform the dawn prayers inside the mosque. And unfortunately, 3 missiles
they got me. Should have found better cover.
And 1 from a drone, leaving all those who were inside the mosque or the prayer area dead and wounded. Unfortunately, we are talking about 90 martyrs in this attack. We are talking about dozens of injured people, many of them whose conditions are said to be critical and difficult.
The Israeli military said in a statement that its air force had targeted a command and control center where Hamas fighters were hiding. Qatar, a mediator in the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza, had demanded for an urgent probe into the incident. Now, this bombing by the Israelis were carried out according to them because they wanted to go after a command and control center. Now, this attack has come as Qatar, along with Egypt and the United States, are calling on Israel and Hamas to resume talks to reach some kind of a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Now, the American Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has told the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant that escalation in the Middle East is in no party's interest and has urged for an urgent Gaza Strip ceasefire deal. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that Israel would send a delegation to the talks beginning on the 15th of August. There's been no response yet from Hamas. It's unclear if the latest deadly strike will, of course, affect any position.
Hezbollah has upped its ante against Israel. The Iran-backed group claims to have launched explosive-laden drones at Israel's Alon army base. It is the first time the group has targeted the base. Now, this is in response to an Israeli strike in the South Lebanon city of Sidon that killed a senior commander of Hamas, Samir al-Hajj. The Lebanese government has accused Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for waging a regional war in Lebanon to save his neck. Speaking to the media, Nasser Yassin, a minister in the government, said that Lebanon has been stepping up its preparedness for more attacks from Israel. Yassin added that his country would not stand the same level of aggression that Gaza is facing.
Having the Prydwen moored above the airport.
Of course, a fragile nation like Lebanon won't stand such aggression to this degree of we're seeing in Gaza. But we have to be prepared. We pulled ourselves together to really work on advancing our preparedness, whether the healthcare or logistics or having food, fuel and other stuff, to a certain level that we can actually absorb such aggression in the first instances of an Israeli attack on Lebanon. Someone who flies or sends their militants or their assassins to another capital, is not shy from waging a regional war.
Not just Lebanon, the whole of West Asia is bracing for an escalation given a possible wave of attacks by Iran and its allies to punish Israel for the killings of senior members of Hamas as well as Hezbollah. Jordan, which lies between Iran and Israel, says it will not be a battlefield for the two countries. Jordan's foreign minister Ayman Safadi said, and I'm going to quote here, "We informed the Iranians and Israelis that we will not allow anyone to violate our airspace and the safety of our citizens." Meanwhile, a U.S. amphibious assault ship has docked in Cyprus as part of a pre-arranged visit. The U.S. ambassador to Cyprus said that USS Wasp could be used to support civilians if hostilities flare in West Asia. Cyprus has offered to assist, if need be, in the evacuation of Europeans and third country residents.
Now, the threat of Iran and its proxies looms large over Israel. Iran's Revolutionary Guard's deputy commander has said Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei's order to harshly punish Israel over the assassination of Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh is clear and explicit, and that preparations are underway for it to be implemented in the best way possible. That's what they're saying. The United States says it's ready to defend Israel. When asked about the statement of the IRGC's deputy commander, White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby said, I'm quoting here, "When we hear rhetoric like that, we've got to take it seriously, and we do." US has already pledged to provide Israel $3.5 billion to spend on its weapons and military equipment for its support to Israel. The United States is on target in West Asia. The country's troops were attacked by a drone in northeastern Syria yesterday. This is the second such attack in recent days. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken dialed Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and warned that the escalation of tensions in the region was in no party's interest. He stressed on the need for a Gaza ceasefire. The United States, along with Egypt and Qatar, has called on Israel and Hamas to meet for negotiations on the 15th of August in Doha or Cairo to finalize a hostage ceasefire deal. While there's no confirmation from Hamas, Israel has said that it would attend the talks. This as pressure builds up on the Benjamin Netanyahu-led government to get back the remaining hostages. An Israeli senior security official told Channel 12 that some of the hostages held by Hamas in Gaza are presumed to be in serious condition and may not survive much longer in captivity. Despite this, Israel's aggression in Gaza continues. In the latest, an Israeli strike at a school in Al-Sahaba area has killed an estimated 90 to 100 people, leaving dozens more wounded.
Hezbollah has upped its offensive against Israel. The Iran-backed group claims to have launched explosive-laden drones at Israel's army base. It is the first time that the group has targeted the base. This in response to an Israeli strike in the south Lebanon city of Sidon that killed a senior commander of Hamas, Samar al-Hajj. The Lebanese government has accused Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of waging a regional war in Lebanon to save his neck. While speaking to the media, Nasser Yassin, Minister of the government, said that Lebanon has been stepping up its preparedness for more attacks from Israel. He added that his country would not stand the same level of aggression that Gaza is facing.
And you didn't scuttle the ship. Thanks,
A fragile nation like Lebanon won't stand such aggression to this degree of we're seeing in Gaza. But we have to be prepared. We pulled ourselves together to really work on advancing our preparedness, whether the healthcare or logistics or having food, fuel, and other stuff, to a certain level that we can actually absorb such aggression in the first instances of an Israeli attack on Lebanon. Someone who flies or sends their militants or their assassins to another capital, is not shy from waging a regional war.
And not just Lebanon, the whole of West Asia is bracing for an escalation given a possible wave of attacks by Iran and its allies to punish Israel for the killings of senior members of Hamas as well as Hezbollah. Well, Jordan, which lies between Iran and Israel, says it will not be a battlefield for the two countries. Jordan's foreign minister said, and I'm quoting, We informed the Iranians and Israelis that we will not allow anyone to violate our airspace and risk the safety of our citizens. Meanwhile, a U.S. amphibious assault ship has docked in Cyprus as a part of a pre-arranged visit. The U.S. ambassador to Cyprus said that US's WASP would be used to support civilians if hostilities
US's WASP.
Cyprus has ordered to help, if need be, in the evacuation of Europeans and third country nationals.
Meanwhile, the threat of Iran and its proxies loom large over Israel. Iran's Revolutionary Guard's deputy commander has said that the supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei's order to harshly punish Israel over the assassination of Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh is clear and explicit, and preparations are underway for it to be implemented in the best possible way. The United States is ready to defend Israel. When asked about the statement of IRGC's deputy commander, the White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby said, and I quote him here, "When we hear rhetoric like that, we've got to take it seriously, and we do." Now, the United States has already pledged to provide Israel $3.5 billion to spend on its weapons and military equipment. For its support to Israel, the United States is on target in West Asia. The country's troops were attacked by a drone in northeastern Syria yesterday. This is the second such attack in recent days. The U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken dialed Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and warned
The Mirelurk
that
helped me kill the
escalation of
behemoth.
tensions in the region
Thank you,
was
Mirelurk.
in no party's interest.
I drew him over here and he
Stressed on the
started
need
fighting the
for a
behemoth.
Gaza ceasefire.
Behemoth.
U.S. along with Egypt and Qatar has called on Israel and Hamas to meet for negotiations on August
the behemoth is
15 in
killing the
Doha
super
or in
mutants.
Cairo to finalize a hostage for
And eventually
ceasefire.
it'll just be me and the behemoth.
While there is no confirmation from Hamas,
Oh, here it
Israel
comes, here it
has
comes.
said
Oh,
it's not
die, behemoth, die!
builds up
Or,
Netanyahu-led
what am I saying?
to get back the remaining hostages. An Israeli senior security
Stayed in there too
official
long.
told Channel 12
Run,
that some of the hostages held by Hamas
Oh
in
no!
Gaza are
There was
presumed
another
to be
one!
in serious
There was a
condition
Mirelurk waiting
and
for me behind the
incapable of
trees.
surviving
He
much
freaking
longer
jump
in
scared
captivity.
me. Damn.
Despite this, Israel's aggression in
style.
Gaza continues. In the latest, an Israeli strike on a school in Al Sahaba area has killed an estimated
I like to
90
think
to
of
100 people, leaving dozens
The other stream,
more
the
wounded.
Israel stream, is
Let's
like
move on now. The threat of Iran and its
radio.
proxies looms large over Israel. Iran's Revolutionary Guard's deputy commander has
Like the
said
radio on
Supreme
loop,
Leader
like 200
Ayatollah
years ago.
Khamenei's order to harshly punish Israel over the assassination of Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh is clear and explicit, and preparations are underway for it to be implemented in the best way possible. U.S. is ready to defend Israel. When asked about the statement of IRGC's deputy commander, the White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby said, and I quote, "When we hear rhetoric like that, we've got to take it seriously, and we do."
Good.
The U.S. has already pledged to provide Israel $3.5 billion to spend on weapons and military equipment. For its support to Israel, the U.S. is on target. In West Asia, the country's troops were attacked by a drone in northeastern Syria yesterday. This is the second such attack in recent days. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken dialed Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and warned that the escalation of tensions in the region was in no party's interest. He stressed on the need for a Gaza ceasefire. U.S. along with Egypt and Qatar have called on Israel and Hamas to meet for negotiations on August 15 in Doha or Cairo, and to also finalize a hostage for ceasefire deal. While there is no confirmation from Hamas, Israel has said it would attend the talks. There's a pressure builds up on the Benjamin Netanyahu-led government to get back the remaining hostages. An Israeli senior official told Channel 12 that some of the hostages held by Hamas are presumed to be in serious condition and incapable of surviving much longer captivity. Despite this, Israel's aggression in Gaza continues. The latest, an Israeli strike at a school in Al Sahaba area has killed an estimated 90 to 100 people. According to a Reuters report Russia is expecting delivery of hundreds of ballistic missiles as it continues its war in Ukraine.
As per sources, Iran is set to deliver hundreds of satellite-guided weapons. Dozens of Russian military personnel are being trained in Iran to use the 360 close-range ballistic missile systems. Reports suggest that the Russian Defense Ministry signed a contract with Iranian officials on the 13th of December in Tehran. This deal included these defense systems as well as another ballistic missile system built by Iran's government-owned Aerospace Industries organization called Ababul. European intelligence officials have said that Russian personnel have visited Iran to learn how to operate the FATH-360 defense systems. The close-range ballistic missile system launches missiles with a maximum range of 120 km, a warhead of 150 kg. Moscow possesses its own ballistic missiles as well, but the supply of these systems could allow it to use more of its arsenal to targets beyond the front line. Military experts say Russia could then employ Iranian warheads for closer range targets as training continues for the Russian military personnel. Sources have also said that the only next possible step after training would be the actual delivery of the missiles to Russia.
You guys are fucking me up. Damn.
International response
Right
to the
through
deal has already started to flow in. A spokesperson for the U.S. National Security Council has sent out a warning that the United States and its NATO allies are prepared to deliver a swift and severe response if Iran moves forward with such transfers. The U.S. official has also said that this would represent a dramatic escalation in Iran's support for Russia's war against Ukraine. The White House has repeatedly warned of the deepening security partnership between Russia and Iran since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. According to Iranian officials, Iran has sold missiles and drones to Russia but has not provided these particular missile systems. However, there is no legal prohibition on Tehran selling such weapons to Russia. Iranian officials have also said that Iran and Russia often engage in mutual purchase of parts and military equipment, and that the use of such equipment is entirely the other country's decision. As part of the military cooperation, Iranian and Russian officials have often traveled to other nations. Until now, Iran's military support for Moscow has been limited mainly to unmanned Shahed attack drones, but they are easier to shoot down because they are slower than ballistic missiles. Experts say the delivery of large number of short-range ballistic missiles to Russia would now further strain the already overstretched Ukrainian missile defense systems.
Let's now talk about this latest development. Dr. Hassan Al-Hassan is a senior fellow for Middle East Policy International Institute for Strategic Studies. He's joining us live from Bahrain. Dr. Al-Hassan, welcome. What in your view defines a Hamas target? Because Israel or the IDF has been issuing excuses such as the compound they struck had Hamas elements when in real sense most of the victims are civilians.
It's very difficult to corroborate these claims that the Israeli military makes. There's really almost no way to independently verify the identity of these individuals, especially since Israel continues to block access for foreign journalists and frankly often targets local journalists who would otherwise have been able to provide some coverage. But since Gaza remains blocked out from international coverage and reporting to a very large extent, it becomes obviously very difficult to verify these claims. Now, beyond that, the question of whether it is legitimate to kill and maim hundreds and hundreds of civilians in order to take out one or two or more Hamas militants, I think, has become extremely pressing. We've seen Israel in the past justify the killing of hundreds under the pretext of taking out even one Hamas commander. And I think that this obviously is a point that raises international concern, and one that international legal bodies, the UN panel of experts, have picked up on. So I think not only is it difficult to verify these claims by the Israeli military, it's also questionable whether, even if in fact these claims were to be true, whether that would be a legitimate way to conduct military operations.
Dr. Al-Hassan, who do you think is the impediment to the ceasefire talks? There is a new effort to have the talks in Doha or Cairo. Israel says they will attempt. The United Nations and the EU are supporting this initiative, but Hamas has not confirmed their participation.
Well, I think traditionally the biggest stumbling block to the negotiations has been Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He has often supported in rhetoric these negotiations, but in reality has behaved in ways that were very clearly meant to undermine them. And so taking high-profile action, like targeting Iran, first by taking out its consulate in Damascus, and then by assassinating Hamas's political chief, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran, was obviously meant to raise tensions. We've also seen large-scale attacks on civilian infrastructure, and I think that many have interpreted Israel's taking out of Hamas's political chief, who is a soft target, who advertises his movements in advance and so on. He's not a military commander who's hiding in tunnels and so on. I think that was also interpreted by Hamas as a clear message of what Israel's real intent here. Now, on the other side, in Hamas, it's quite possible that with Yahya Sinwar formally in charge of Hamas and with Ismail Haniyeh out of the way, we might see a hardening of Hamas's position. Now that Yahya Sinwar really encompasses both the military and political authority in an uncontested manner. So we could see a hardening of positions. I don't think that Benjamin Netanyahu has really been serious about the escalation or about hostage release or about bringing about a ceasefire. He's very clearly rejected many of these demands. He's very clearly articulated his goal, his unrelenting goal of totally destroying Hamas. And it's difficult to see how that objective can be reconciled with a real desire for a ceasefire negotiation. But we can also see, I think, potentially a hardening of Hamas's position now that Yahya Sinwar is fully in charge.
Dr. Al-Hassan, finally, do you agree there's a drive to urgently hold these negotiations because of the fear of a regional conflict escalating?
I think fear of a regional conflict is one driver that's motivating some of the urgency behind these efforts. But in reality, it's difficult to see why this attempt would be different from its predecessors. I don't see the United States exerting real pressure on Israel in the form of withholding aid or withholding weapons or threatening coercive action on Israel. And so I think without any real exercise of leverage on the negotiating parties, which is something we haven't really seen so far, it's really difficult to see why this round of negotiations would be more successful than its predecessors.
I've been talking to Dr. Hassan Al-Hassan, as a senior fellow for Middle East Policy, International Institute for Strategic Studies. Dr. Hassan, thank you for talking to us today.
Thank you.
Israel has been facing global flak over the deadly Gaza school strike. While Gaza health authorities claim at least 100 displaced Palestinians were killed, Israel claims 19 Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants were killed in the strike. Israel has released a series of videos to defend its actions. Take a look at this video released by the IDF. The visual shows
we killed a couple militants,
so of the airstrike. It shows a minaret and an outline of the mosque building. The Israeli military has released yet another video. It claims to have struck some 30 Hamas targets over the past 24 hours. The military alleges it struck military structures, an anti-tank missile launch post and weapons storage facility. The IDF has accused Hamas of using school compounds for military operations. A statement by the Israeli army says the strike was carried out using 3 precise ammunitions. But experts believe it cannot cause the amount of damage that is being reported by the Hamas-run government.
Oh no, the Goyim are knowing.
Following the strike, the Hamas-run Government Information Office in Gaza published an unverified casualty count, which was then shared around the world. These figures do not distinguish between combatants and non-combatants, and they do not match the information held by the IDF. This pattern of systematic abuse of schools for military activities by Hamas and Islamic Jihad endangers both Gazans and Israeli civilians. It must be condemned by the international community.
The Hamas-run government has rubbished claims by Israeli forces. It alleges many displaced people were attacked while they were performing prayers.
Hello, Kitty.
Yes? Yeah. Got flanked by a pack of super mutants about a mile from here. I thought I was a goner.
I was getting ready for the dawn prayer with the others. Suddenly, they were cut into pieces and became martyrs. and dozens of the wounded were taken to
I've already
hospital.
seen this. It is very sad. I do not want to watch it again. Trump to meet Elon Musk. Trump from Fox. I don't want to watch Fox, man. Israel waits for Iran attack. Looks like just some guy. I don't want to stream snipe some guy. Stream sniping some live stream from Israel. Just waiting for the clip. Waiting to get the clip. But waiting to witness the clip. That's the crazy thing. Wanting to witness the clip. I guess. Wow. Netanya. It's definitely a Russian city in Israel. Such a strange land. Such a strange land. Retroid Pocket 4 Pro Ultimate Setup Guide. Whoa. Undercover in Paradise. Yeah, nah. What's up with what's going live right now? We got Fox, we got Times, Israel War Live, Hezbollah rockets target Israel, Biden hopes for Iran de-escalation. I don't care, man. Man, the news is bullshit today, man. Fucking, well, dozens of rockets. Wow. I didn't really see that. But see, the Hamas, the terrorists, they target military bases and government buildings. Israel, our greatest ally, they target hospitals and schools. Strange. Such a strange upside down world we live in. Israel ready for a bigger war. Everything's about Israel today. Hezbollah rockets breach Israel's famed Iron Dome again. 30 rockets strike IDF military base. Massive Russia-Ukraine troops gather in western Russia. Full-blown Russia-Ukraine war.
Missile systems.
Let's check it out, eh?
Reports suggest that the Russian Defense Ministry signed a contract with Iranian officials on the 13th of December in Tehran. This deal included these defense systems, as well as another ballistic missile system built by Iran's government-owned aerospace industries organization called Ababul. European intelligence officials have said that Russian personnel have visited Iran to learn how to operate the FATH-360 defense systems. The close-range ballistic missile system launches missiles with a maximum range of 120 km, a warhead of 150 kg. Moscow possesses its own ballistic missiles as well, but the supply of these systems could allow it to use more of its arsenal for targets beyond the front line. Military experts say Russia could then employ Iranian warheads for closer range targets as training continues for the Russian military personnel. Sources have also said that the only next possible step after training would be the actual delivery of the missiles to Russia. International response to the deal has already started to flow in. A spokesperson for the U.S. National Security Council has sent out a warning that the United States and its NATO allies are prepared to deliver a swift and severe response if Iran moves forward with such transfers. The U.S. official has also said that this would represent a dramatic escalation in Iran's support for Russia's war against Ukraine. The White House has repeatedly warned of the deepening security partnership between Russia and Iran since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. According to Iranian officials, Iran has sold missiles and drones to Russia but has not provided these particular missile systems. However, there is no legal prohibition on Tehran selling such weapons to Russia. Iranian officials have also said that Iran and Russia often engage in mutual purchase of parts and military equipment, and that the use of such equipment is entirely the other country's decision. As part of the military cooperation, Iranian and Russian officials have often traveled to other nations. Until now, Iran's military support for Moscow has been limited mainly to unmanned Shahed attack drones, but they are easier to shoot down because they are slower than ballistic missiles. Experts say the delivery of large number of short-range ballistic missiles to Russia would now further strain the already overstretched Ukrainian missile defense systems. In a dramatic escalation of the Russia-Ukraine war, Kyiv has continued with its multi-pronged offensive against Russia. Moscow has been forced to scramble its men and machinery to repel the Ukrainian incursion into Kursk. Turning the screws further, Ukraine has also attacked a Russian airbase in the Lipetsk region, while a Russian strike on a supermarket in Ukraine has resulted in the deaths of 14 people. Our next report gets you all the major details and developments.
Shit. Guess I can't quite afford that.
Russia-Ukraine war is changing gears. Ukraine is now on the front foot and launching audacious attacks on Russian territory. Russia has initiated a federal-level emergency response in the southwestern Kursk region as it continues to battle the invading Ukrainian forces for the fourth day. Russia's military, caught off guard by Ukraine's surprise attack, is now scrambling to reinforce its positions in the Kursk region, sending in more troops and heavy weaponry to repel the Ukrainian forces. Moscow claims that the Ukrainian military has lost as many as 945 troops and 102 armored vehicles, including 12 tanks and 17 personnel carriers. Though Kyiv has not officially confirmed its involvement in the Kursk operation, President Volodymyr Zelensky made it clear that Russia must face the consequences of its aggression. Kursk is not the only worry for Moscow. Ukraine claims to have executed a massive airstrike on a Russian military base in the Lipetsk region, a staggering 280 kilometers from the Russia-Ukraine border. This deep penetration into Russian territory represents a seismic shift in the conflict,
Cybernetic limb actuator.
exposing the glaring weaknesses in Russia's air defense systems. The Ukrainian attacks appear to be a strategic response to Russia's steady gains in Ukrainian territory, forcing Moscow to divert its resources and attention. Experts believe that the Kursk incursion could be a preemptive strike to deter a potential Russian offensive into the Sumy region. By striking first, Ukraine aims to disrupt Moscow's plans and erode its tactical advantage. However, the operation also carries significant risks as Ukrainian forces are operating far from their supply lines and in hostile territory. Russia, on the other hand, continues to pound Ukraine. Kyiv says that Russian forces launched another deadly attack on a supermarket in the eastern Ukrainian town of Kostiantynivka. As the situation evolves, the world watches with bated breath. The outcome of these audacious Ukrainian actions will have far-reaching implications for the war and could potentially alter the trajectory of the conflict. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
All right, now to give us more perspective in terms of what is happening at this moment in this war, we're being joined by Mr. Fred Weir, who's a journalist and a political commentator, and he's joining us live from Moscow. Mr. Weir, the fact that this incursion by the Ukrainians has now gone on into its fourth straight day, and Russia is scrambling to try and repel this incursion. Was Russia taken by surprise, and why is it finding it so hard to push the Ukrainians back?
Yes, Russia was clearly taken by surprise, and it's not hard to see why. You have to get a sense of how vast Russia is. It's enormous, and that border between Ukraine and Russia is hundreds of kilometers long. It couldn't possibly be defended like every inch of it. So but the Ukrainians did achieve surprise. It's quite a daring, military maneuver, and it's not quite clear what it is intended to accomplish. I mean, a lot of military experts are scratching their heads over the strategic goal here, because yes, you can dive into Russian territory. You seize a number of villages. They did that. And the political propaganda impact is immense. It forced Putin to hold a special meeting of the Security Council, and the whole country saw him looking angry. I suppose he meant to look angry, but it is a psychological blow. The Ukrainians wanted to show Russians what it's like to be under the gun, and they have succeeded. However, they're taking a few villages and a few hundred square kilometers of Russia's ginormous territory is little more than a mosquito bite in military terms. So the other factor, of course, which your commentator mentioned, is that in coming out into the open and attacking Russia, they exposed a lot of Ukrainian troops and equipment to Russian aviation, artillery, where Russia really has an advantage, and the Russians claim they've inflicted massive damage on those attackers. But clearly, you know, as far as the psychological balance goes, this is a Ukrainian victory. But as far as the military equation is concerned, it's really doubtful.
But also looking at how the rules of engagement will change going ahead. So far, the Ukrainians, with the American weapons that they'd been fighting, had not been carrying out large-scale attacks as a concerted policy inside the Russian territory. Do you think that is now likely to change? Because here the Ukrainians are taking the battle into the Russian territory now.
Well, I don't see how it will change cardinally. As I said, Russia is just an enormous place, and you can do this. The Russians have done the same thing in the Kharkiv region. They've penetrated into Ukrainian territory in order, with presumably the same intentions, that is to divert attention, hopefully divert forces, and to achieve a psychological impact. So I don't think this is new. It's probably not the sort of thing the Ukrainians could sustain. Right. I mean, to keep it in perspective, there are apparently about 1,000 Ukrainian troops engaged in that invasion. That's not enough to seize a large Russian city or any real serious military objective. So what they're aiming for is to change the idea, the perspective of the war. And it remains to be seen. But yes, they certainly discombobulated the Russian establishment, and Putin, the look on Putin's face told you that. So let's see what happens.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Frederick, for joining us and getting his dark perspective.
Thank you.
Let's move on now. Days after the massive incursion by Ukraine's military, Russia has launched an air attack on Kiev in the wee hours of Sunday. The mayor of the Ukrainian capital has said that air defense systems engaged on the outskirts of the city in repelling the strikes. At least 2 explosions were heard. No casualties or injuries have been reported. There has been growing concerns among many Ukrainians in recent days that Moscow might launch air raids in response to Kiev's recent offensive inside Russian territory. Ukrainian officials have said that the capital remains under threat of Russia's ballistic missiles. As per Ukraine's Air Force, Kiev, its surrounding regions and all of the eastern Ukraine are under air raid alerts. Meanwhile, Russia has imposed a security regime in 3 border regions and launched a counter-terror operation to counter cross-border incursions by Kiev's forces. More than 76,000 people have been evacuated from areas bordering Ukraine in Russia's Kursk region. Moscow has been forced to scramble its forces to repel the biggest attack on its territory since the start of the war in 2022. It is fighting intense battles against thousands of Ukrainian troops as deep as 20 kilometers inside Kursk. Regional Governor Alexei Smirnov has said that 13 people were injured in Kursk city, including 2 seriously when debris from a downed Ukrainian missile fell on a building during the night. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has acknowledged the recent offensive, saying that they are pushing the war into the aggressor's territory. Zelensky added that Ukraine is proving that it can really bring justice and guarantee pressure on the aggressor. Amid rising tensions, Belarus's foreign ministry has summoned Ukrainian chargé d'affaires on Saturday and told Kiev to act against airspace violations. This comes after Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko said that a dozen Ukrainian drones had been destroyed in its airspace. According to reports, the ministry has said if Ukraine failed to prevent the situation from repeating, Belarus would call into question the appropriateness of Ukraine's diplomatic representation in Minsk.
Now, Russia has imposed a sweeping security regime in 3 border regions to counter an incursion by Ukraine's military. Moscow has been forced to scramble its forces to repel the biggest attack on its territory since the start of the war in 2022. Now, following the cross-border incursions by Kiev's forces, Moscow announced what it called as counter-terrorism measures in 3 regions bordering Ukraine, those of Bryansk, Belgorod and Kursk. The Russian National Anti-Terrorism Committee said that the government is in fact taking action to ensure the safety of the people and to maintain law and order. Now, the measures give the government sweeping powers like relocating people and controlling communications in the 3 regions. Russia has in fact moved extra tanks, artillery and rocket systems of its southern Kursk region. It's also claimed to have destroyed a Ukrainian armored vehicle. Footage that was released by the Russian Defense Ministry showed tank crews and an FPV drone unit locating and hitting a target. The Kiev has intensified its multi-pronged offensive against Russia. The Ukrainian forces rammed through the Russian border early on Tuesday and swept across some western parts of Russia's Kursk region. A surprise attack that may be aimed at gaining leverage in possible ceasefire talks after the US elections. And our next report gets more details.
Video posted on social media on Friday and verified by Reuters showed a convoy of burnt-out Russian military trucks along a highway in the Kursk region of southern Russia. It's the latest sign of the destruction after Ukrainian forces staged a major cross-border incursion this week. Ukrainian forces burst across the border on Tuesday in a shock counter-offensive after months of gradual Russian advances in eastern Ukraine. The operation, while limited in scope, has managed to bring the war to a number of Russian towns and cities. In response to the incursion, Russia on Friday declared a state of emergency in the Kursk region, and the Ministry of Emergencies released this video of Russian civilians evacuating. Russia's military chief of staff, Valery Gerasimov, reported to President Vladimir Putin on Wednesday that Russian troops had halted the advance and would push the Ukrainians back to the border. The Defense Ministry released this video on Friday, claiming to show its forces destroying Ukrainian armored vehicles in the Kursk region. But official statements, accounts from military bloggers, and videos posted on social media indicated Russia was still struggling to achieve that goal, nearly 48 hours later. The Ukrainian military on Thursday released this video purporting to show Russian soldiers surrendering at a border crossing. Ukrainian officials have not commented directly on the operation, but asserted the right to defend themselves by striking Russia wherever it posed a threat. Russian President Vladimir Putin called the operation a serious escalation. Ukraine's primary ally, Washington, has pressured Kiev not to launch long-range attacks on Russia directly. But Pentagon spokesperson Sabrina Singh on Thursday said Ukraine's incursion into Kursk was, quote, consistent with U.S. policy.
They are taking actions to protect themselves from attacks that are coming from a region that are within the U.S. policy of where they can operate.
Meanwhile, in another front in the fight, Ukrainian officials said Russian artillery hit a supermarket in the Ukrainian town of Konstantinivka in the frontline Donetsk region on Friday. Ukrainian officials said that 10 people were killed and 35 were injured.
Russia has imposed a sweeping security regime in 3 border regions to counter an incursion by Ukraine's military.
I'm in a place with 50
Moscow
other
has been
people.
forced to
I can understand from the middle of nowhere.
The biggest attack on its territory since the start of the war in 2022. Following cross-border incursions by Kiev's forces, Moscow announced what it called counter-terrorism measures in 3 regions bordering Ukraine. Those are Bryansk, Belgorod and Kursk. The Russian National Anti-Terrorism Committee said the government is taking action to ensure the safety of people and maintain law and order. The measures give the government sweeping powers like relocating people and controlling communications in the 3 regions. Russia has moved extra tanks, artillery and rocket systems to its southern Kursk region. It also claimed to have destroyed a Ukrainian armored vehicle. Footage released by the Russian Defense Ministry showed tank crews and an FPV drone unit locating and hitting a target.
Green lights across the
Now,
board.
Kyiv has intensified its multi-pronged offensive against Russia. Ukrainian forces ran through the Russian border early on Tuesday and swept across some western parts of Russia's Kursk region. A surprise attack that may be aimed at gaining leverage and a possible ceasefire talk after the US elections. Here's a report on that.
Video posted on social media on Friday and verified by Reuters showed a convoy of burnt-out Russian military trucks along a highway in the Kursk region of southern Russia. It's the latest sign of the destruction after Ukrainian forces staged a major cross-border incursion this week. Ukrainian forces burst across the border on Tuesday in a shock counteroffensive after months of gradual Russian advances in eastern Ukraine. The operation, while limited in scope, has managed to bring the war to a number of Russian towns and cities. In response to the incursion, Russia on Friday declared a state of emergency in the Kursk region, and the Ministry of Emergencies released this video of Russian civilians evacuating. Russia's military chief of staff Valery Gerasimov reported to President Vladimir Putin on Wednesday that Russian troops had halted the advance and would push the Ukrainians back to the border. The defense ministry released this video on Friday, claiming to show its forces destroying Ukrainian armored vehicles in the Kursk region. But official statements, accounts from military bloggers, and videos posted on social media indicated Russia was still struggling to achieve that goal, nearly 48 hours later. The Ukrainian military on Thursday released this video purporting to show Russian soldiers surrendering at a border crossing. Ukrainian officials have not commented directly on the operation, but asserted the right to defend themselves by striking Russia wherever it posed a threat. Russian President Vladimir Putin called the operation a serious escalation. Ukraine's primary ally, Washington, has pressured Kyiv not to launch long-range attacks on Russia directly. But Pentagon spokesperson Sabrina Singh on Thursday said Ukraine's incursion into Kursk was, quote, consistent with U.S. policy.
They are taking actions to protect themselves from attacks that are coming from a region that are within the U.S. policy of where they can operate.
Meanwhile, in another front in the fight, Ukrainian officials said Russian artillery hit a supermarket in the Ukrainian town of Konstantinivka in the frontline Donetsk region on Friday. Ukrainian officials said that 10 people were killed and 35 were injured.
So stupid.
And Kyiv has intensified its multi-pronged offensive against Russia as Moscow battles the shock incursion by Ukraine's military. It has been forced to scramble its men and machinery to repel the Ukrainian incursion to Kursk. Russia has moved extra tanks, artillery and rocket systems to its southern Kursk region and has also imposed anti-terrorism measures in border areas. Here's the report.
There's only water. Where is water? Is there any
Video
water
posted
on
on
the ship?
social media on Friday and verified by Reuters showed a convoy of burnt-out Russian military trucks along a highway in the Kursk region of southern Russia. It's the latest sign of the destruction after Ukrainian forces staged a major cross-border incursion this week. Ukrainian forces burst across the border on Tuesday in a shock counteroffensive after months of gradual Russian advances in eastern Ukraine. The operation, while limited in scope, has managed to bring the war to a number of Russian towns and cities. In response to the incursion, Russia on Friday declared a state of emergency in the Kursk region, and the Ministry of Emergencies released this video of Russian civilians evacuating. Russia's military chief of staff Valery Gerasimov reported to President Vladimir Putin on Wednesday that Russian troops had halted the advance and would push the Ukrainians back to the border. The defense ministry released this video on Friday, claiming to show its forces destroying Ukrainian armored vehicles in the Kursk region. But official statements, accounts from military bloggers, and videos posted on social media indicated Russia was still struggling to achieve that goal, nearly 48 hours later. The Ukrainian military on Thursday released this video purporting to show Russian soldiers surrendering at a border crossing. Ukrainian officials have not commented directly on the operation, but asserted the right to defend themselves by striking Russia wherever it posed a threat. Russian President Vladimir Putin called the operation a serious escalation. Ukraine's primary ally, Washington, has pressured Kyiv not to launch long-range attacks on Russia directly. But Pentagon spokesperson Sabrina Singh on Thursday said Ukraine's incursion into Kursk was, quote, consistent with U.S. policy.
They are taking actions to protect themselves from attacks that are coming from a region that are within the U.S. policy of where they can operate.
Meanwhile, in another front in the fight, Ukrainian officials said Russian artillery hit a supermarket in the Ukrainian town of Konstantinivka in the frontline Donetsk region on Friday. Ukrainian officials said that 10 people were killed and 35 were injured.
Now, Russia has imposed a sweeping security regime in 3 border regions to counter an incursion by Ukraine's military. Moscow has been forced to scramble its forces to repel the biggest attack on its territory since the beginning of this war in 2022. Following the cross-border incursions by Kiev's forces, Moscow announced what it is calling a counter-terrorism operation. In 3 regions bordering Ukraine, those of Bryansk, Belgorod and Kursk, the Russian National Anti-Terrorism Committee said that the government is taking action to ensure the safety of people and to maintain law and order. Now, the measures give government sweeping powers like relocating people and also controlling communications in the 3 regions. Russia has moved extra tanks, artillery and rocket systems to its southern Kursk region.
U.S. sends missile submarine to Middle East. Nice. Great. See what Times Now has to say.
Major offensive. In anticipation of potential...
Just AI news? Damn. Should we watch the bongs chimp out? The Brit bongs. And the first stuff that comes up is like scams. It's horrible. YouTube is shit. This is just AI. This is an AI scam. Maybe not.
Known to everyone, a man who shook the foundations of American politics and left an indelible mark on the country's history. His slogan, "Make America Great Again," divided society into...
And the potential future state's attorney, we're all singing your praises, and I think looking forward to that collaboration. So it seems to me that collaboration, and we've got folks here from the MagMile Association and businesses and others who are seeing that it's being taken more seriously when these robberies and other things are happening and they're being put behind bars. The folks that are doing this and not let out the next day. Are we going to see that trend continue?
Yes, and that's why we're building stronger cases. We want to make sure that we keep these people behind bars. Listen, let's not mince words here. Criminals are criminals, and those who go out and they have the intent on robbing. Let's not say this, and I've heard this. Well, you know, if you gave them something to do, you know, if they had jobs, that's fine for people who want jobs. And there are people who want to rob. There are people who want to carry guns, because if you really think about it, they're stealing cars to commit these robberies. They're in possession of guns that have been altered, that could cost upwards of $1,000. If you see some of the clothing that they're wearing, this is not necessarily someone who's so impoverished and so hungry that they feel that they have no other choice but to go out and commit an armed robbery. When people are hungry,
oh yeah, it's because they're hungry.
Oftentimes people steal food.
That's why they're committing.
We should not be incarcerating those people. We should be feeding them.
Oh, we gotta give them food. We gotta give them money.
To take a gun, steal a car, accost an elderly woman.
I don't know about that.
Stick a gun to her head and force her into an ATM to withdraw her savings for your own personal benefit, that's a different type of crime. That's a different type of individual, and that's an individual who needs to be off the street.
So let's get a little further into guns, because we do here at City Club, especially this past couple of months, and now we're working with the Joyce Foundation, have a whole series of discussions about guns and about gun safety and about gun legislation and about, you know, there's so many different. That's why we had to turn into a series, because there's so many ways you can talk about guns. How are we doing on guns? I know there's legislation outstanding, or I'm sorry, legal, you know, lawsuits and other things with some of the legislation that has been passed. How are we doing with guns? Is that getting better? And what's your what solution are you going to lean on to make that better?
Well, here's what I'll tell you. There needs to be legislation around guns, especially the way guns can be altered. Where you take a simple handgun,
yeah, man,
you
make a gun, modify it,
weapon,
make it an automatic weapon.
The 50-round drum to this, and
attach the drum, man.
Walking around with handgun machine gun. It's firepower that can take out multiple people at once.
You can't trust our own population.
No one
that's the problem.
Has a weapon like that if they don't
People
have
we get the power to vote, we actually can't trust them.
That weapon is designed
responsible weapon.
We definitely have to do some work with that. Now, in the meantime, our gun strategy working with
want to take away their ability
to team with
fight
the
back.
Strategic Center and the ATF.
Like, if we want to
it's been just a great job running those guys through hiding, getting hits on those weapons, finding out murders that those weapons have been associated with, or other shootings,
modify those weapons.
And our partnership with the ATF has been excellent in that, and it's also helped us solve some.
Man, we need to make sure that they can never
like that information back a lot quicker to build us cases. Now, I will say this again: we recover over 12,000 guns every year. We make over 6,000, 7,000 gun arrests every single year. And right now, we're on pace. If we keep at the rate that we are now, we'll recover more guns this year than we did last year.
They're proud they're going to steal more guns.
What that tells me is we're scratching the surface of the number of guns that are
going to steal even more guns next year.
We are recovering.
We stole all these guns from America. We stole 12,000 guns.
So we have to do a much better job controlling the fact
need
that
have control
can easily get their hands on guns.
Citizens'
We're
property.
seeing an increase of juveniles who are carrying guns and shooting and being shot.
Dude, I was shooting a Desert Eagle when I was like 8 years old.
All right, let's switch gears a little bit. And what we've been talking about, there's a little event coming up next week.
Just a little.
I rode Michigan. I just rode through here today, and I rode Michigan Avenue. The city certainly getting spruced up. It's looking good. You know that there's excitement in the air. And as we talked about these weekends, hopefully been getting better. The world's going to be descending. I mean, 50,000 Democrats in the whole world media is going to be descending on Chicago any day now. What are we not seeing? What's going on? We've seen the flowers. We've seen the beautification, the painting. What are we not seeing? What's going on behind the scenes to prepare the city for that and to make sure certainly that our visitors are safe, but at the same time our communities are being taken care of and also safe?
Well, what we're not seeing as a whole, the training that the police department is going through. The equipment
we need more trainings
that we're providing for our officers to respond to the possibility of anything that could go wrong. We're hoping that doesn't happen. But we're prepared for that. Just this weekend, and because we've been putting some of that training into practice. And we had two very small events just this weekend. One, Bud Billiken, the other one, the Air and Water Show, and they were going on simultaneously. And just this weekend and the weekends, those are our most volatile times. Now, we had some shootings. We went 3 days without a homicide. We ended up with one delayed homicide this weekend.
Without a homicide. They went 3 days without a homicide. At that point, it's a spiritual problem. At that point, you gotta start looking at your population and going, maybe my population's fucked up.
Or their
Maybe they're all
family,
fucking fucked in the head.
who lost a loved one.
Maybe there's something wrong here.
Those numbers have been so much greater.
Maybe you're all fucked in the head.
That, you know, we're not spiking the football,
think about
but
that?
we can absolutely appreciate the work that's being done to keep these things down. Now, getting through the era.
Oh man, we had
where
3 days without a murder.
we had
Wow.
people downtown in the Bud Billiken parade simultaneously,
Fucked in the head.
Not having any major violent crime events occur this time tells us that where we're deploying our people has been helpful. And I don't know if anybody has noticed, you probably see more bike patrol in the field, more officers on bikes, and more foot patrol, especially in the downtown area, where our officers need to be more highly visible, tightening up those uniforms too. So we just want to make sure that there's a high visibility of our officers out there, but the training behind the scenes has been great for our officers. 2012, during the NATO event,
we had 3 days without a murder.
We had during the NATO event. Now, I will say we have a very young department. So the number of people who were here during NATO is probably not as large as the number of new police officers that we have on the job. And they've been through some serious training, and we're ready to go.
And if I remember correctly, you were in charge of the counterterrorism unit for a number of years. Is that right?
That's correct.
I assume that training for you has been helpful in some of this planning.
Well, in 2012, myself, Commander Cruz, who is now a commander in the academy and over the training for the DNC,
killed a lot of brown
we were partners. We were sergeants at the time, and we ran the training for the NATO event. We also had the first responding team in the field at 22nd Street when the clash occurred. So not only were we the trainers, but we were boots on the ground, and we practically applied everything that we trained our officers. So all of the things that work there, we utilized that. We worked it up, we sharpened the saw to make that better, but we also looked at things that we know that we could have done better, and we've taken corrective action with that, and this is how we're working now for the DNC. The other thing is, look, since 2012, a lot of things have changed, and you may have heard pundits or people, you know, from the past talk about these things in the media, but let's just keep in mind, sometimes when you've been removed from a place for a particular period of time, you have no idea how much has changed, not only within the department, things that have changed, you know, with laws, things that have changed with training, and then things that have just changed within the police department as a whole. 2020 changed everything. So there's a different approach. We have to make sure that our officers are well. We have to make sure that our leadership is trained, because that is the big difference here. I made sure every one of our exempt rank members been through the exact same training. And some of it is modified because they don't necessarily have the same amount of time as the officers go through all of the training, but they have a clear understanding of what it is those officers are learning, what they're taught, and how they're going to lead these officers through it.
And when, so a lot of focus on the training that's different from previous conventions. I know you mentioned coordination on guns and others before, but I imagine the Secret Service, you've got all these different agencies that will be here. With all of that planning and all of that we hope goes so well, will the city function as normal? Will the city be able to function as normal? Will people be able to get around? For instance, city clubs, you know, hosting events throughout the week at a restaurant. People are still trying to understand, can I get around? Are there going to be protests everywhere? I know you don't have a magic ball, but how do you balance that great planning and the perimeters and all that with the fact that we've got the third largest city in the country still functioning and ready to welcome all these folks here?
I'd be careful using the word like normal, right? But what I will say is this. People in the city of Chicago shouldn't be afraid. You should not be afraid to go about your day and do what you normally do. Now, will there be some disruptions in traffic? Yes, absolutely. Delegates are going to be moving around. You're going to have buses hotels are going to be fully occupied, so you're going to see a lot more traffic. But what you're also going to see are a lot more officers. You're going to see the high visibility of officers. You're going to see bike patrol. You're going to see all of those things out there. So what I would say to everyone in the city of Chicago, plan the way that you normally plan. Just plan it a little early, right? Because you may run into some issues with traffic. Our plan here is to make sure that we keep this city safe. And our plan is to make sure that we keep everyone in the city safe. That's all of our residents and our visitors. We want this to be successful. And you may have heard me say this before. I've said it a million times, and I mean every word of this.
Probably doing the right thing.
People come here to protest, and they want to exercise their First Amendment rights. We welcome that. And not only do we welcome it, we will protect them while they do it. And as long as they're cooperating with us, and there's a collaborative effort where we understand each other, and you know where to draw the line. You're not breaking the law. You're not destroying our city.
I don't know what it is.
You're not committing acts of violence.
Probably a great guy.
Then this will go off well. The moment that starts, we're going to intervene. I am not going to wait until it gets out of control and then try to bring it back in. The moment it starts, you put an end to it quickly, because a greater response now may mean that we need less of an even higher response later. So we will not allow people to come here and destroy the city. Look, every time I drive down...
We're going to make sure that that quote gets put out a little bit further after today, okay? Maybe every day.
You know, every time I drive down Lakeshore Drive, I look at this city. I look at the water, I look at the buildings, I look at the skyline, and sometimes I have to pinch myself, realizing and understanding that I'm in charge of, you know, the second largest metropolitan police department in the country, in the most beautiful city I've ever seen. And there's a narrative outside about Chicago. And I've heard it when I've gone to other places. Oh, you know, Chicago, I don't want to be shot. Look, Chicago's a beautiful city. And the key here is to make sure that we keep it that way. We continue to work to bringing down
so that
crime,
people are getting shot at,
and to continue to lift our city up so that everybody can see how beautiful it is, and we continue to grow.
Great. We're committed to helping you in that, doing our small part. And part of that question came from John Simpson. Thank you, John. We always appreciate everyone's questions. And I do have another one from City Club member Dwayne Deskins. You were talking specifically about some of the protests, and he had a specific question about, and I'll just read it word for word. As is historically the case, the vast majority of arrests that occurred during a political convention are going to be state offenses. Has CPD and the Cook County Prosecutor's Office established uniform guidelines for charging decisions during DNC?
Yes, and we're still working.
I'd just leave that.
We're actually still working with that state, county. We're still working, and we just want to make sure that we have a clear understanding of what it is that charges are going to be. Look, we've seen certain things happen in the city. We've seen where people attempt to block traffic. We've seen people in what's called sleeping dragons, and we have a response for that. We're working closely not only with our SWAT teams, our cut teams, to remove people who are in sleeping dragons as quickly as possible, but we're also working with the fire department to do the same. Around our airports, all of that. I mean, I won't give away too much, but we have plans in place around all of these things. We're going to make sure that our officers are out there. We're going to have to extend hours. There are going to be day off cancellations, but there's also wellness plans in place for our officers to make sure that cognitively our officers are effective when they're responding. And they have a clear understanding of demonstrator tactics now. One of the things that I also want to be clear about is this.
On this island.
I want people to know the difference between protesting and rioting. There is a distinct difference. In 2020, I often hear reporters refer to that as protesting. People were murdered. There were lives lost in downtown.
All right.
Officers were brutally attacked. We had some officers who had broken limbs from being attacked by crowds of people.
He's telling the truth.
There were vehicles burned.
You're right.
There were buildings and businesses looted, damaged, and destroyed. There was vandalism. That is not protesting. That is rioting. There were there were felonies committed at that time. So
he might be a good guy.
I just want to be clear.
He's winning me over.
We're not going to allow that. We're not going to allow you to riot. Protesting and rioting are two different things. You have the right to protest. But there will be no rioting tolerated.
Claps to that too. People like that. People are like, yeah, we don't want rioters.
You got in, and I'm switching up a little bit.
Please.
You got into the, well, this is somewhat related to DNC. I guess it'll be a good transition out of DNC. Is the future of ShotSpotter after the DNC, is that clear? And will ShotSpotter remain in the city?
Well, let me put it to you like this. Until the DNC is over, nothing is clear. And that's a fact. And that's more of a question for after the DNC.
When we have you back.
And when you have me back. And
I'm trying to go a little bit easy just so we can have him back.
No,
scare you off.
Oh, that's fine. Throw it at me. I like a good one.
But now I got the good ones, good questions, so I don't know.
Seems like an all right
let's talk for a minute as I plow through some of these questions that just came in. We talk a lot about mental health here at City Club this last year or so. And one thing that I've noticed is in the news often is suicides in first responders, police officers for the most part. They see a lot of shit.
Oh, shit.
They see things that you can never unsee. They are involved in things that they have guns pointed at them. Officers see babies that, you know, in horrible situations. That's a lot to handle, right? How
shit, move! Oh, no. Block me! Oh, I'm gonna die! How did this happen? This is a cluster. Oh my gosh.
Get through that and take care of their own mental health along the way.
I mean, that's an excellent question.
That's an excellent question.
An excellent acknowledgement of what officers see on a daily basis. I mean, when you think about, 31 years ago, I remember holding a 2-year-old child who had been shot, and to this day I can still feel her lifeless body. These are things that you never really get out of your head. You just learn to manage those things.
Damn, brother.
Some people do better than others. I grew up under circumstances where I witnessed murders when I was a young kid.
Damn, dude.
Some people have never seen that before, so it's a lot harder for those particular people to process. But that being said, there are 2 new EAP sites that are open for officers to go in and get help. We are doing everything that we can to take that stigma off of getting treatment for mental health, that somehow you're weak or somehow it's problematic for you to reach out for help.
I want Fort Strong cleared and have stockpiles secured.
So we want to make sure that our officers feel comfortable going to get help. Stepping out and saying that, I need to talk to someone.
I already got an eighth of my core power gun.
There has to be follow-up with that to make sure that our officers are doing well, especially after witnessing a traumatic incident, right? So we want to make sure that we follow up with those things. Also, what we've done this year, there has been a major decrease in day-off cancellations for officers because we want to make sure that our officers have their time off. Now, over the past couple of weeks, yes, we've had to cancel some days off because of the events that have occurred. And then we've got this DNC coming up. But every district has a wellness plan for our officers. So not only do they have an emergency mobilization plan if they need one. But there's also a plan to make sure that every officer is taking breaks, is hydrated, that they're nourished, because all of those things affects how an officer responds. So we're really working hard to make sure that officers.
Great. And how about you yourself? I mean, I've asked this question of the governor of Mayor Johnson, President Franklin Glover, who sat in this chair really as we take help. We do our part, right? It's safe to take testing. How do you handle your own? You get calls in the middle of the night every night, or it's never good, right?
I've just removed that part of my soul. I'm only kidding.
Yeah.
No, it's a little different for me. I've always taken on challenges, and I've always kind of appreciated them, and then there are times I'm just kind of a workaholic. But I learned to manage those things, winding down with other things, just reading something outside of police work every now and again. And those are the things that help keep me grounded. I just had a grandson, so congratulations. So I didn't think my daughter would do it. She's 34 now, so she finally decided she's going to go ahead and do it. But it's those things, family. Having conversations with family, it just keeps you grounded. And the focus here and the understanding is this: it's never about me. It's about something great. If it's about me, I worry more. I would worry more if I made it about me. This worry about my legacy, and I would sit and worry. I don't worry, I just prepare. And what my job is to make sure that everyone else has what they need to succeed. And because if I worry about me and how I'm going to appear, what my legacy is going to be, then my focus is narrow. I need to broaden that focus, because if I'm focused on success and the success of those around me, and making sure that those people who are actually going to keep the city safe and make sure that we're successful, if I'm doing what I need to do for them, everything else will take care of itself. So knowing that I'm working to help everyone else be as great as they can possibly be, that's where the satisfaction comes from for me. So it's never about me. It's for the greater good. It's for everybody in this room. It's for everybody in the city.
Fire alerts.
And that has to be the focus.
And with all that,
all right, you're just listening in there to the officials in Chicago talking about the latest with the violent Chicago summer, but also the upcoming DNC and also mental health within the force. So we're following this here on Live Now from Fox very, very closely. We're going to continue to follow everything just a week out from that. In Chicago, you can see just this picture of the Lake Michigan overlooking. You can see there was power on the left portion of this Spear Hancock there on the far right portion as the DNC coming to the United Center, security fencing already in place. We're also monitoring this, a breaking news event out of Los Angeles as a car fire on one of the major interstate freeways in the Southern California area. You can see just the smoke coming out of this. Crews on hand right now. The road is not closed in its entirety, but you can imagine that it is slowing down some of the traffic here on this Monday afternoon, just past 4 o'clock local time there in Southern California. Crews on hand already as they kind of zoom out. This is a 4-lane road, just one lane open on the far right portion of the screen.
Time slows down for a moment while aiming.
Slowed down a little bit as well.
Not
just
as good as the other one, but
curious to see what's going on. But crews continue to battle this fire in Southern California. Not exactly sure of what transpired, if any injuries or people within the wreckage they got out in time. So we're going to continue to follow this very, very closely on Live Now from Vox. But you can see the crews there with the fire hoses putting out this fire on this interstate in California. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Vox. We're following the latest top stories on this Monday. We'll be right back.
We gotta win this so I can keep It's live. Live Israel army under huge attack. What? Israeli military base comes under huge attack. IDF base used as munitions depot, staging ground under attack. Huh. Damn. Looks like they did some damage. Authenticity unverified. Yeah, why is everything so censored? Old one, yeah. Go watch the JFK confession. 1989, Houston private investigator Joe West launched an independent investigation to find the true assassination of President John F. Kennedy. After 3 years of disappointments and dead ends, West received a tip from an unacquainted source, an FBI agent advised to remain nameless. The tip led Joe West to Stateville Correctional Center in Joliet, Illinois. A prisoner named James E. Files, who was serving time for attempted murder of an Illinois police officer, was at first very reluctant to talk. Slowly and meticulously, West established a relationship with Files. Through months of personal visits and detailed correspondence, Files began to reveal his participation in the JFK assassination. Files was doing a full confession when West became ill and suddenly passed away in 1993. It took 13 months after Joe West's death, but on March 22nd, 1994, sources to West videotaped an interview with Files. It was during this interview that James Files first confessed to being the shooter on the grassy knoll on Dealey Plaza on November 22nd, 1963, that it was he who delivered the final fatal shot to JFK's right temple. He also began organized crowd members. For the next 2 frustrating years, attempts were made to bring the interview to the public. There was finally led an agreement with national TV programs that the program was being prepared. A consultant became involved. Based on this input, the program was suddenly canceled for reasons that have since been proven to be untrue, also reputable, blah, blah, blah. Upon this retirement in 98, the FBI agent who had given the original tip on James Files decided to come forward. His name is Zach Sheldon. Mr. Sheldon, who worked at Organized Crime for 28 years, has had an impeccable service record with the financial support of Dutch businessmen. Blah, 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 offered to proceed with the new... Okay, this is going too fast. While the FBI has officially declared James Files to be not credible, the findings of Sheldon and his colleagues have shown otherwise after paying tech numbers to persuade Files, who sought never again be interviewed. He ultimately agreed to another interview. The last interview was taped on November 19th, 2003. We now present the interview to you and leave the judgment of James E. Files and his confession in your hands. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, when Joe West first originally contacted me here at Stateville Prison, I was on a visit. The counselor came in the visiting room where I was at and stated that she wanted me to come out and make a phone call. I told her, I said, no way, I'm here 365 days a year. I'm not leaving my visit to go make a phone call. I said, who's calling? She told me, someone from Texas named Joe West. I told her, I do not know the party. I said, tell them I'll call them on my time, not their time. I'm on a visit. Don't bother me when I'm on a visit. The next day, they got me out of my cell. They took me downstairs and got a phone call hooked up. I called Joe West to talk to him. I told him, you have 3 minutes to convince me why I should talk to you. As Joe started talking to me, I told him, I said, whoa, stop. I said, you're on a lot of touchy spots. I said, these phone calls are recorded. Every phone call going in and coming out is recorded. If you want to talk to me that bad, then I suggest you come and visit me. Joe West had me put him on his visiting list. He come up to visit me. He spent 2 days up here talking with me. The first day, I wasn't even talking about the Kennedy situation. We got into sports, weather, generally about prison, local things till I got comfortable with him. The next day, after I thought it over all night, Joe West seemed like a pretty nice guy. I really liked Joe. He had a magnetism about him. The next day, we sat down, we got serious, and then we started talking. I sit in the dining or in the visiting room with Joe. They gave us a pencil and paper. I sketched the entire Dealey Plaza out for him without any maps, without any pictures, nothing present. And I explained to Joe at that time, because Joe wanted to know where was I at. And I said, I'm going to put an X on the paper to signify me, but this X is not in the correct spot. I said, when the time comes, then I will put the X where it is supposed to be.
What had you told him to know that that you were on Dealey Plaza?
Pardon me?
What had you told him that Joe knew you were on Dealey Plaza?
Oh, I asked him. He said that someone had informed him that I was there. He said he had a reliable source. And I didn't know for quite a while who that source was. It was quite some time later before I learned the fact that the FBI was aware of my presence as early as 1964. That's pretty good. Because I never knew that anyone ever knew about me. But Zach Sheldon, from what I understand, and I'm only quoting this from hearsay, that Zach is the one that stated and gave me to Joe West the information on me, that I was in Dealey Plaza.
That's my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever actually confess to taking a shot to Joe West?
No, I never did. That is,
I never.
Well, the whole thing is, like with Joe West died. He passed away, never knowing that I was one of 2 shooters there in Dealey Plaza that day. Joe West never knew I was on the grassy knoll.
Do you have any thoughts on his death? Do you think that was natural?
Joe West went in for heart surgery, and from what I was told and what I understood, that he had come through it fairly well, and he was on the road to recovery. But then I was informed there was complications with his medicine. He was allergic to it, or an allergy or something. It killed him. The medication killed him. A couple of years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, I heard through the grapevine, and I won't go into the party that brought this information to me. They said that someone had tampered with Joe's medication and he had received the wrong medication because they wanted to silence him.
That's his wife.
Yeah.
Okay.
And why would they want to silence him?
We had I shouldn't say we, I would say Joe West had the case in court. He wanted to exhume John F. Kennedy's body. And that's what he was fighting for. And at this point, when I talked to Joe West, I explained to him that John F. Kennedy had been hit in the head with a mercury round, a special load. At this point, I explained to him he can use this in the courts to have the body exhumed because there would still be traces of mercury, because the traces of mercury do not disappear. They'll always be there. And so this is what Joe West wanted to go back with more evidence and use this to get Kennedy's body exhumed, to look for traces of mercury.
And the court had accepted his case.
The court had accepted his case. But with his death, the case died.
Do you feel like your memory is as good today as it was, say, 10 years ago?
No, I do not. It's not that good. My memory as of 10 years ago was a lot more alert than what it is now. It's not that I'm just getting old and senile, but it's the conditions of prison, the conditions that we live under. our water here, when people come in, and I'm sure you was advised not to drink the water from here, to buy bottled water. But I've been drinking this water for the past 12 years with radium in it, so is every prisoner here. We wasn't aware of the water situation until Oliver Stone come along to make a movie here. And when he made his movie here, we see all these people from the movie company running around carrying bottles of water. Even the officers that worked here, they got suspicious. And that's when we started finding out this water's unhealthy.
Just as an aside, you know, sodium chloride is what they put in even the city's water supply. That's what the Nazis put in their water supply in those concentration camps to keep everybody pacified.
Yeah. Well, they keep us pretty well pacified, and they really kept us pacified since we went on about a 10-month lockdown, and they took the prison back and run it under their order
Radium
now.
in their water to keep
And I mean, this place is really maximum control now. There is no movement here at all to speak of.
Did you actually meet Oliver Stone?
I met Oliver Stone 3 times. Matter of fact, I have a paper that Joe West, not Joe West, but Bob Vernon had Oliver Stone sign. Now, Bob Vernon come in after the Joe West deal. Bob Vernon took over for Joe West. Bob Vernon met with Oliver Stone, and he had him sign an agreement where they wanted to get me on film, but I refused to do that. I met with Oliver Stone 3 times.
And you never told him your story?
No, I did not tell Oliver Stone my story. I refused to discuss it with him. And like I said, I've got a copy of this thing. I got Oliver Stone's signature. Bob Vernon is the only signature on it. It states what it's all about. The only thing missing is my signature, because I would never sign that paper for the agreement.
Trash to pick through here. Searching through it could prove beneficial.
I didn't like the man.
Case closed.
Case closed. And if you'd like, I'd be more than happy to send you a copy of the document. It's got Oliver Stone's original signature on it, and it has Bob Vernon's signature on it.
Well, I've got a raft of questions about that.
Okay.
Let's just go back to, and just let's go in chronology. Just tell me your own account again. You understand what we're really doing here is because the interview you gave Bob Vernon is kind of tied up in all kinds of legal stuff, right?
Yes.
And to help you and Pam, we're redoing this thing so that we can put that aside and move on. So this is redundant, so let's move on. Go back to when you first learned that there was a plot to kill Kennedy, and then just bring us forward into how it all came about.
Excuse me. The first time that I knew about anything being planned on Kennedy, well, I'd heard a lot of rumors that nobody liked Kennedy. They wanted to kill Kennedy. They wanted to assassinate him. They wanted to do everything to the man.
Were you kind of upset with him yourself?
Oh, I was upset with him over the Bay of Pigs, but I never paid any attention to any of this at first because, you know, everybody talks. Somebody gets mad at somebody, and right away, you know, I'm going to take this guy out. I'm going to take that person out. Woo, 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 woo. You know, a lot of barking, junkyard dogs barking, you know. But I was sitting in the Harlow Grill that evening, playing the pinball machine, not the flipper kind, the kind with numbers you gamble on and put about $10 in the play game. And Charles Nicoletti walked in, a man that I did a lot of work with, a man that I respected. And he walked in the back room where I was at, says, "Jimmy, let's go." I said, "I'll be with you in a minute." He reached over and tilted the machine and said, "Let's go now." My reply was, "Yes, sir, Mr. Nicoletti." I knew he wasn't in no mood to wait and hang around. He said, "I want to talk to you." I went out, I got in his car, and we went for a ride. And he made it a basic habit not to sit around restaurants, talk, grills, discuss anything like that, because when other people hearing. And we went for a ride, and he told me, he says, "We're going to do a friend of yours." And I said, "Jesus, what the hell did he do now?" But I thought he was referring to one of my friends in town there. He'd been robbing the pinball machines and the cigarette machines, and he had $1,000 a day heroin habit. And he was an all-out and out junkie, and, you know, they'd beat him up several times and everything else and threatened him, but so far they'd never went as far as to kill him. Chuck laughed at me, he says, "No," he says, "not him." He said, "I'm talking about President Kennedy, JFK. And I looked at him and I said, "What?" He says, "JFK. He says, "Your buddy." I said, "Well, he's just busting, you know, giving me a hard time, but he knew JFK. He knew how much I disliked the man." I looked at him and I laughed. I said, "Okay, fine with me. You get in arguments there." And at this point, I still kind of thought, you know, he was just joking with me. But then he got real serious about it. And then we started talking, and he told me, he says, "What I'm going to want you to do," he said, "I'm going to look around." He says, "We'll search the area around the town here." He says, "You know everything pretty good." He says, "And see where we're going to do it at, what kind of weapons we're going to need, and other things like that." He says. And he mentioned, he said he was going to bring Johnny Roselli in on it. Fine with me, you know, I don't care who we work with. You know, I like Johnny. I had no problems with him. And Originally, we'd planned to do it in the Chicago area, but certain people didn't like that idea. So then we put it off, and this is like 6 months before the assassination ever really took place.
But you were not supposed to be a shooter?
Oh, no, never. I was not a shooter. I was, let's put it this way. I would like, you know, the gopher. I go for this, go for that, pick this up, pick that up, run around, drive him around. When Chuck went somewhere, I was always with him. And
did you ever get wind that the Secret Service might have found out about the plot in Chicago?
No, I didn't get no wind on that at all, no drift. I just knew that certain people high up in organized crime, they wasn't too happy about the idea of having something like that happen to that magnitude in their backyard. Because they figured Bobby would really be down there, you know, and they already had their own little private wars going. And so we decided, well, we'd take it moving. So I had no idea it was going to Texas at that point. This come to me down the road.
About when was that?
Well, that day, I'm going to say probably, 2.5, 3 months maybe before I ever made the trip to Texas that they were talking about it. Because they didn't know where he was going to go. They were looking for an area to go. But then they had heard that he possibly may take this trip to Texas, but there was nothing definite. And I didn't go to Texas until that had been confirmed. And they had several different locations. There was New Orleans, and I don't know, there's other places he was going to. But when it come down to it, I had been told there was places that they had planned to do it. Other people had been authorized, you know, stuff like that. Just different rumors you hear. How much credibility to it, I cannot say. But when the time come, and we knew that it was going to be serious, and we were going to, Chuck was sending me to Texas, that's when I went down on Bellman Avenue, the old Valley place where they made the pinball machines. And I had a shed down there, place where we, back room. That was all owned by the outfit too, pinball machines. I kept a catch of weapons down there. We used to do a lot of work. And when I say we, I'm referring to a party named Wolfman, who is now deceased. But at that time, he was excellent, remodifying weapons, manufacturing loads, whatever come down to handguns, rifles. This guy was a professional at it. He could manufacture things in his basement like you wouldn't believe, from silencers on down the line. He did it all for him. So I went down there, got the stuff we needed, and we had the one car that he just bought. Already had everything secured in. We had secret compartments in it. And every car that we had, even before the 63 Chevy, even in the 61 Ford that we had prior to that in the 62, we had compartments in the dash where you could reach up under it, open things up, put grenades in there, handguns, whatever we might need. Behind the back seat, we had gun racks in the cars. We had pull-off door panels that would snap off them. You could put them back on. We had handguns and stuff in there, whatever you might need. But we always had a work car ready.
So what did Wolfman do for you?
Wolfman, when I contacted him after all this went down, and this is several years later, this is when I first met Joe West, and Joe West had come here, visited me, we talked, and he asked me, he said, do you think this party called Wolfman would talk to me? And Joe asked me what his real name was, and I told him, I said, I won't divulge that, but I will call him and talk to him. So I called him on the phone, and I told him, I said, I'm talking to Joe West from Texas, and he wanted to know who Joe was, and I explained all this to him, and I said, Joe would very much like to interview. I said, I did not give Joe West your name, but I told him that you was the one that manufactured the special round. You made 6 rounds for me to take to Texas, all mercury loaded. He said, he wants to talk to you very much. Will you talk with him? And he said, get back to me. He said, I'll let you know. He said, I want to check a few things. The following week, Wolfman was dead.
How did he die?
I believe he had a heart attack. I've been in contact with nobody that was affiliated with Wolfman since that day.
Tell me about these mercury loads. Can you describe them for just a layperson?
Well, it was a 22 round, and he took the tips out. He drilled them out. Then he inserted with an eye drop. He put mercury into the end of the round, and he resealed them with wax. This is to make them explode on impact.
Okay. So now you've got, and describe the car.
The car was a 63 Chevy two-door Burgundy, Chevy Impala.
With the special compartments.
Oh, we had special, yeah, we had the special compartment, the dash. We had the back seats, you could take that off, pull the bottom part out, then you raise the back up, snap it off the little clamps, take that out. We had the springs removed in the, behind the seat there by it. And we had little racks welded in there so we could mount weapons in there.
Okay, so now you got your weapons, you got your loads, you got your car. How did it come together after that?
Well, just before I left, final instructions was, Chuck told me, he said, I want you to leave first thing in the morning. He says, and I don't want you driving at night. He said, I want you on the highway with a lot of traffic during daytime where nobody pays any attention to you.
Let's go back. Give me a day.
I don't remember the approximate date, but I went down like a week before the assassination. I went there, I was in Dallas, in the Dallas area, 5 days before the assassination took place. The purpose of that was for me to go to Dallas, look over the area, learn dead-end streets, railroad crossings, time for train crossings. They already knew the regular motorcade route that he had been taking, and they had already looked that over, and they wanted to shift us any better places, and a lot of people already decided on. I'm not the one that chose Dealey Plaza, but I was told to look it over very close and look and see if I thought there's any other place better. And I did the whole area from the route they had all the way through. I had Lee Harvey Oswald with me.
All right, go back now. So about a week ahead of time, I think it was a Monday, as I recall.
I'm not sure.
But you left Chicago. Just start. You left Chicago. You went to...
No, I didn't leave on a Monday. I left on I left either Thursday morning or Friday. I don't remember which. I know I was in Mesquite, Texas, Saturday morning. Okay, but that's when Lee Harvey Oswald showed up at the motel where I was at. I arrived there on a Friday. I'm pretty sure it was Friday when I arrived there.
Did you call anybody when you got to Dallas?
I made 2 telephone calls when I got there. I called Charles Nicoletti, told him that I was on the scene, and where I was at, in case he had to reach me. I turned around and made another phone call. I called David Atlee Phillips. I had a number to call. The call was put through to David Phillips, and he was notified where I was at, because I had not told him in advance that I was going to Dallas, Texas.
And why did you call David Atlee Phillips?
Because he always had to know where I was at, because he was my controller.
For?
CI purposes, special operations, or something that might be needed done.
You were supposed to stay in contact with him?
We always stayed in contact. We had numbers to call.
What happened after that?
We may have a problem.
He said thank you and let it go at that. We didn't have any great discussion on the phone. I told him where I was at, the location, and through David Atlee Phillips is the only way Lee Harvey Oswald could have known where I was at. But I called no one else. I made 2 phone calls.
Where were you staying?
I was staying at the Lamplighter Inn, right there in Mesquite, Texas.
And then the next thing you knew, Lee Harvey Oswald showed up.
The following morning, Lee Harvey Oswald was there. When he knocked on the door, I opened the door and I was shocked to see him because.
Pause this, save it. Save it to watch later. Royalty free. Lounge. Yaz. Yaz. Give me Yaz. There we go. Alright. This might not be royalty free. Thank you. Oh, Late Night Jazz Lounge. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, God, for relaxing jazz. I'm gonna subscribe just for that. Thank you for saving this. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'll throw up the back suit inside. Oh. There we go. Alrighty, I'll be back.
population.
So it is only a matter of time before we do get the big one. It's important, of course, to have an earthquake emergency kit at home in your car. This is the one I keep in my car. It has everything you could need for 2 people for several days in an emergency, including food, water, light sticks, first aid kit, and a survival blanket. Now, luckily, Andy, nobody was hurt in this incident, although I do feel really bad for that lady who was stuck in the elevator here in Pasadena, and very minimal damage, but we were lucky. And like I said, like those people reported in the story, it was only 4.4, but it felt so much stronger. People saying that they haven't felt one that strong in a really long time. Reporting live here in Pasadena, I'm Haley Winslow. Andy, back to you.
All right, thank you so much. And it's very interesting because Twitter lit up, or X lit up, with all the people kind of going to that to see if everyone had the same experience. We're getting different videos. And maybe where does this one rank for you amongst the strongest earthquakes you've felt?
I would say it's in the top 2. I've lived in Los Angeles for 7 years, a Floridian before that. But there was one time where I was on the top floor of a building and the whole place shook. That was my very first one. And this one was probably right behind that, which is surprising since it was only a 4.4. And I know you're in Phoenix. I know that earthquakes are possible, although they're rare. Have you ever felt an earthquake?
I have unfortunately never felt an earthquake, and I hope to keep it that way. I would be very similar to your experience, where I would be kind of looking out and looking for cover. So thankfully that they don't happen very often here in Phoenix.
That's true. But if you come visit us in LA, get one of these earthquake kits.
I will have to. I will have to. Hopefully for the 2028 Summer Olympics. Hopefully we'll be there for that. Hopefully no earthquakes.
There you go.
On the calendar.
Hopefully no earthquakes.
All right. Thank you so much, Haley Winslow. We appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox. All right. Great conversation there as we continue to follow it here on Live Now from Fox. Very, very interesting story. And we want to put up just that image one more time of the Santa the Santa Monica Pier for at least 30 seconds. They shook. You can just see the kind of distance there. If you know Southern California, between Santa Monica and Pasadena, a great distance. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Relocating people and controlling communications in the 3 regions. Russia has moved extra tanks, artillery and rocket systems to its southern Kursk region. It also claimed to have destroyed a Ukrainian armored vehicle. Footage released by the Russian Defense Ministry showed tank crews and an FPV drone unit locating and hitting a target. Now, Kyiv has intensified its multi-pronged offensive against Russia. Ukrainian forces ran through the Russian border early on Tuesday and swept across some western parts of Russia's Kursk region. A surprise attack that may be aimed at gaining leverage in a possible ceasefire talk after the U.S. elections. Here's a report on that.
Video posted on social media on Friday and verified by Reuters showed a convoy of burnt-out Russian military trucks along a highway in the Kursk region of southern Russia. It's the latest sign of the destruction after Ukrainian forces staged a major cross-border incursion this week. Ukrainian forces burst across the border on Tuesday in a shock counteroffensive after months of gradual Russian advances in eastern Ukraine. The operation, while limited in scope, has managed to bring the war to a number of Russian towns and cities. In response to the incursion, Russia on Friday declared a state of emergency in the Kursk region, and the Ministry of Emergencies released this video of Russian civilians evacuating. Russia's military chief of staff, Valery Gerasimov, reported to President Vladimir Putin on Wednesday that Russian troops had halted the advance and would push the Ukrainians back to the border. The Defense Ministry released this video on Friday, claiming to show its forces destroying Ukrainian armored vehicles in the Kursk region. But official statements, accounts from military bloggers, and videos posted on social media indicated Russia was still struggling to achieve that goal, nearly 48 hours later. The Ukrainian military on Thursday released this video purporting to show Russian soldiers surrendering at a border crossing. Ukrainian officials have not commented directly on the operation, but asserted the right to defend themselves by striking Russia wherever it posed a threat. Russian President Vladimir Putin called the operation a serious escalation. Ukraine's primary ally, Washington, has pressured Kiev not to launch long-range attacks on Russia directly. But Pentagon spokesperson Sabrina Singh on Thursday said Ukraine's incursion into Kursk was, quote, consistent with U.S. policy.
They are taking actions to protect themselves from attacks that are coming from a region that are within the U.S. policy of where they can operate.
Meanwhile, in another front in the fight, Ukrainian officials said Russian artillery hit a supermarket in the Ukrainian town of Konstantinivka in the frontline Donetsk region on Friday. Ukrainian officials said that 10 people were killed and 35 were injured.
And Kyiv has intensified its multi-pronged offensive against Russia as Moscow battles the shock incursion by Ukraine's military. It has been forced to scramble its men and machinery to repel the Ukrainian incursion to Kursk. Russia has moved extra tanks, artillery and rocket systems to its southern Kursk region and has also imposed anti-terrorism measures in border areas. Here's a report.
Video posted on social media on Friday and verified by Reuters showed a convoy of burnt-out Russian military trucks along a highway in the Kursk region of southern Russia. It's the latest sign of the destruction after Ukrainian forces staged a major cross-border incursion this week. Ukrainian forces burst across the border on Tuesday in a shock counteroffensive after months of gradual Russian advances in eastern Ukraine. The operation, while limited in scope, has managed to bring the war to a number of Russian towns and cities. In response to the incursion, Russia on Friday declared a state of emergency in the Kursk region, and the Ministry of Emergencies released this video of Russian civilians evacuating. Russia's military chief of staff, Valery Gerasimov, reported to President Vladimir Putin on Wednesday that Russian troops had halted the advance and would push the Ukrainians back to the border. The Defense Ministry released this video on Friday, claiming to show its forces destroying Ukrainian armored vehicles in the Kursk region. But official statements, accounts from military bloggers, and videos posted on social media indicated Russia was still struggling to achieve that goal, nearly 48 hours later. The Ukrainian military on Thursday released this video purporting to show Russian soldiers surrendering at a border crossing. Ukrainian officials have not commented directly on the operation, but asserted the right to defend themselves by striking Russia wherever it posed a threat. Russian President Vladimir Putin called the operation a serious escalation. Ukraine's primary ally, Washington, has pressured Kiev not to launch long-range attacks on Russia directly. But Pentagon spokesperson Sabrina Singh on Thursday said Ukraine's incursion into Kursk was, quote, consistent with U.S. policy.
They are taking actions to protect themselves from attacks that are coming from a region that are within the U.S. policy of where they can operate.
Meanwhile, in another front in the fight, Ukrainian officials said Russian artillery hit a supermarket in the Ukrainian town of Konstantinivka in the frontline Donetsk region on Friday. Ukrainian officials said that 10 people were killed and 35 were injured.
Russia has imposed a sweeping security regime in 3 border regions to counter an incursion by Ukraine's military. Moscow has been forced to scramble its forces to repel the biggest attack on its territory since the beginning of this war in 2022. Following the cross-border incursions by Kiev's forces, Moscow announced what it is calling a counter-terrorism operation. In 3 regions bordering Ukraine, those of Bryansk, Belgorod and Kursk, the Russian National Anti-Terrorism Committee said that the government is taking action to ensure the safety of people and to maintain law and order. Now, the measures give government sweeping powers like relocating people and also controlling communications in the 3 regions. Russia has moved extra tanks, artillery and rocket systems to its southern Kursk region. It's also claimed to have destroyed a Ukrainian armored vehicle. Footage that's been released by the Russian Defense Ministry that showed the tank crews and FPV drone unit locating and hitting the target. Kiev has also intensified its multi-pronged offensive against Russia, and Ukrainian forces have rammed through the Russian border early on Tuesday and have swept across some western parts of Russia's Kursk region. A surprise attack that may be aimed at gaining leverage in possible ceasefire talks after the US elections.
Video posted on social media on Friday and verified by Reuters showed a convoy of burnt-out Russian military trucks along a highway in the Kursk region of southern Russia. It's the latest sign of the destruction after Ukraine Ukrainian forces staged a major cross-border incursion this week. Ukrainian forces burst across the border on Tuesday in a shock counteroffensive after months of gradual Russian advances in eastern Ukraine. The operation, while limited in scope, has managed to bring the war to a number of Russian towns and cities. In response to the incursion, Russia on Friday declared a state of emergency in the Kursk region, and the Ministry of Emergencies released this video of Russian civilians evacuating. Russia's military chief of staff, Valery Gerasimov, reported to President Vladimir Putin on Wednesday that Russian troops had halted the advance and would push the Ukrainians back to the border. The defense ministry released this video on Friday, claiming to show its forces destroying Ukrainian armored vehicles in the Kursk region. But official statements, accounts from military bloggers, and videos posted on social media indicated Russia was still struggling to achieve that goal, nearly 48 hours later. The Ukrainian military on Thursday released this video purporting to show Russian soldiers surrendering at a border crossing. Ukrainian officials have not commented directly on the operation, but asserted the right to defend themselves by striking Russia wherever it posed a threat. Russian President Vladimir Putin called the operation a serious escalation. Ukraine's prime minister
All right.
Washington.
We'll try again. Maybe I'm just not high enough level for this. What else could I do? I'm still gonna help the Minutemen. Guess I could bring this hulking giant dude with me. Still gonna investigate the satellite array. So yeah, maybe we should do that stuff first. Yeah, before we do this. Alright, well, how do we get out of here? How the hell do we get out of here? I guess we have to do this? We have to do this mission? I think that's what's happening here. Can I just take a flight down anytime? What are the rules? What are the rules? I need to put on some news in the background. See what's going on. What kind of horrendous human atrocities are people enacting upon each other now?
Voters out there, they just
this?
need to get Donald Trump in
Chick
the
with a
spotlight to
huge
remind them of what they didn't like
man
about Donald
haircut.
Trump. Harris has been able to do in 10
He looks
days
so nice with long
what
hair.
Biden had trouble doing in a year and a half.
So it sounds like Kamala Harris has benefited from a number of
You have a rich dude, rich 80s dude
messaging
haircut
difficulties
from the
on
80s.
Republican side, an
80s
opportunity to
dude from the
redefine
80s.
herself. Obviously, the enthusiasm for her candidacy is translated into more likability, et cetera. And so obviously she's closing the gap between herself and former President Trump in the national polls. How is that translating in the swing states?
Let's get my...
Yeah, why don't you start?
Make sure you gear up before you head out.
Yeah, it's a great question. This has gone from being a very static year to a very volatile period, and I don't
Maxon
think
might
we're
appear
out of it
compassionate,
yet.
but
We're
I can
gonna
assure
see
you, the Institute
a
will
lot
face his
of
wrath.
gyrations in the polls in the weeks to come. Based on what we know about the demographic structure of this race, Kamala Harris has recovered ground that Joe Biden had seen eroding among three key groups: Black voters, Latino voters, and 18 to 29-year-old voters, all of which we'd seen huge drop-off in support between the share that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got in 2020 and what we were seeing in the polls up until this point. And that means that the Sun Belt group is now open for Democrats.
See if we can just get a ride down.
Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, states where Trump routinely...
Oh, I can fly. Fly to the airport. Cool. Oh, man. There's a fast travel. in survival.
Yeah, research.
Babysitting field scribes. Prestigious.
Beats guard duty. Why? What'd you get?
Vanguard.
You're kidding.
She's been out into the next rotation. I need a couple of super
It showed that voters were not necessarily ready to embrace Republicans, but they were really down on Joe Biden. And now the Democratic enthusiasm is on top of where Republicans are and brings those southern states into contention, which opens up more routes to 270 for Harris.
That's right. And I think with women, too, is where she's also been able to open up the gender gap that is, again, traditional, what we've seen now for years with Democratic candidates getting more support.
All right, there you can see that's Amy Walter, the political report, talking about the art of polling in the 2024 presidential contest. In the meantime, we're going to step away from this. It's the bottom of the hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Monday. It's been a very busy Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. I've been off for the last week. It's good to be back.
Satellite
in the
array
anchor.
is
So
up
many
north
stories
here.
To get to, and
Oh, I
we're going
forgot
to get
to
to them. But first, we do have to take a
water.
quick commercial
Well, there is
break.
no water on
More
that
where
damn
that
ship.
came from in
So
just
let's just go north and hit the satellite array. Cool, man. Man, they're always going on break.
Jihad endangers both Kazans and Israeli civilians. It is condemned by the international community.
The Hamas-run government has published claims by Israeli forces that alleged many displaced people were attacked by days of claiming death.
I was getting ready for the burial prayer with the others. Suddenly, they were cut into pieces and became martyrs. Dozens of the wounded were taken to hospital. As you can see, we are collecting the remains of the martyrs.
The West has denounced Israel's school strike. Israel's ally, the U.S., in its statement says the strike underscores the urgency of a ceasefire and hostage deal. The UK has raised concerns over restrictions on aid. Qatar and Egypt, involved in negotiations between Israel and Hamas, say the attack shows a lack of willingness on the Israeli side to put an end to the ferocious war. Israel, on the other hand, has shrugged off school strike critics to issue new Gaza evacuation orders. It has expanded evacuation orders in Khan Yunis and the southern Gaza Strip overnight. This has forced tens of thousands of Palestinians to leave in the dark as explosions from the tank shelling reverberated around. And for more on this, we earlier spoke to Dr. Hassan Al-Hassan. Dr. Hassan is a senior fellow for Middle East policy at International Institute for Strategic Studies, and this is what he had to say.
It's very difficult to corroborate these claims that the Israeli military makes. There's really almost no way to independently verify the identity of these individuals, especially since Israel continues to block access for foreign journalists. And frankly often targets local journalists who would otherwise
out to an early lead, but Beachy Jones right behind.
Since Gaza remains
Atomic Dreams is still hanging in there.
International coverage and reporting
this is one hell of a race.
To verify.
How is this?
Now beyond that, the question of whether it is legitimate to kill and maim.
It's a great night out at the track. Hey boys.
In order to take out one or two or more Hamas militants, I think has become
Hey,
extremely
pipe down
present.
out there. We got a race on.
Seen Israel in the past justify the killing of hundreds under the pretext of taking out even one.
We got some fine butts in this race.
And I think that this
Don't forget Boston Blaster.
is,
He's pulled this out before.
raises international concern, and one
Iron Maiden is still in the lead.
International legal bodies, UN panel of experts have.
Piece of
picked
junk
up.
is
So I
really
think
showing off those new
not only
mods.
is it difficult to verify those claims by.
This race is really heating up.
It's also questionable whether
really?
that should be a legitimate way to conduct military operations.
The state of Israel is facing a wave of
Wow.
criticism after an air bombing on a Gaza school in which more than 100 Palestinians
How am
were
I so
killed.
fucking vulnerable
Gaza's
in this
Hamas
power armor?
government
Like,
said that the
I'm
Israeli
dying
military
more
on the
easily
other
than I
hand
would
claimed the airstrike
otherwise. Maybe I just
targeted
shouldn't wear it.
some kind of a Hamas command and control center inside the school.
This is ridiculous, man.
But the strike hit when the people were sheltering at the school and were performing their morning prayers, resulting in catastrophic casualties. The Hamas media officer said on Saturday that the school was being used to shelter thousands of displaced Palestinians whose homes had already been bombed by the state of Israel.
Israel, as usual, didn't give a warning. It strikes regardless of whether there are children, women, young people, or old people. There are peaceful people in the mosque, one of Allah's houses. There were people praying. There were people washing, and there were people upstairs sleeping, including children, women, and old people. The missile befell on them without warning. The first missile and the second hit them. We recovered them as body parts.
Hamas said the strike is a horrific crime and a serious escalation.
Inside the mosque. Unfortunately, 3 missiles had befallen on them, 2 from war jets and 1 from a drone, leaving all those who were inside the mosque or the prayer area dead and wounded. Unfortunately, we are talking about 90 martyrs in this attack. We are talking about dozens of injured people, many of them stranded, sexually trafficked and
The Israeli military said their statement that its air force had targeted a command and control center where Hamas fighters were hiding. Qatar, a mediator in the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza, demanded for an urgent probe into the incident. But this bombing by the Israelis was carried out according to them because they wanted to go after a command and control center. But this attack has come as Qatar, along with Egypt and the United States, are calling on Israel and Hamas to resume talks to reach some kind of a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. But the American Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has told the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant that escalation in the Middle East is in no party's interest and has urged for an urgent Gaza Strip ceasefire deal. But the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that Israel would send a delegation to the talks beginning on the 15th of August. There's been no response yet from Hamas. It's unclear if the latest deadly strike will, of course, affect any position.
Hezbollah has upped its ante against Israel. The Iran
I should just do the fucking storyline.
Explosive-laden
Fuck this.
drones
I'll
at
do this.
Israel's Alon Army base. It is the first time the group has targeted the base. Now, this is in response to an Israeli
I'll do this when
strike
I'm not
in the
doing
southern
survival.
Lebanon city of Sidon that killed a senior commander of Hamas, Samir al-Hajj.
I'm sure it's really cool.
The Lebanese government has accused Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of waging a regional war in Lebanon to save his neck. Speaking to the media, Nasser Yassin, a minister in the government, said that Lebanon has been stepping up its preparedness for more attacks from Israel. Yassin added that his country would not stand the same level of aggression that Gaza is facing.
Oh my gosh.
Of course, a fragile nation like Lebanon won't stand such aggression to this degree of we're seeing in Gaza. But we have to be prepared. We pulled ourselves together to really work on advancing our preparedness, whether it's healthcare or logistics or having food, fuel and other stuff, to a certain level that we can actually absorb such aggression in the first instances of an Israeli attack on Lebanon. But you know, someone who flies or sends their
I'm just gonna go back to the
militants or their assassins to
see if we can find another ship that'll go somewhere else.
Is not shy from waging a regional war.
Not just Lebanon, the whole of West Asia is racing for an escalation given a possible wave of attacks by Iran and its allies on Israel for the killings of senior members of Hamas as well as Hezbollah. Jordan, which lies between Iran and Israel, says it will not be a battlefield for the two countries. Jordan's foreign minister Ayman Safadi said on the report he informed the Iranians and Israelis that we will not allow anyone to violate our airspace and risk the safety of our citizens. Meanwhile, a U.S. amphibious assault ship has docked in Cyprus as part of a pre-arranged visit. The U.S. ambassador to Cyprus said that USS Wasp could be used to support civilians if hostilities.
Now Jordan is like bickering with Iran and Israel, who are bickering over Palestine.
Iran and its proxies looms large over Israel. Iran's Revolutionary Guard's deputy commander said Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei's order to harshly punish Israel over the assassination of Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh is clear and explicit, and that preparations are underway for it to be implemented in the best way possible. That's what they're saying. The United States says it's ready to defend Israel. When asked about the statement of the IRGC's deputy commander, White House National Security spokesperson George Kirby said, I'm quoting here, when we hear rhetoric like that, we've got to take it seriously, and we do. The US is already pledged to provide Israel $2.5 billion to spend on its weapons and military equipment for its support to Israel. The United States is on target in
I need to talk to the guy.
Were attacked by drones in northeastern Syria yesterday. This is the second such attack in recent days. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken dialed Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and warned that the escalation of tensions in the region was in no party's interest. He stressed on the need for a Gaza ceasefire. The United States, along with Egypt and Qatar, has called on Israel and Hamas to reach negotiations on the 14th of August in Doha or Cairo to finalize a hostage for ceasefire deal. While there's no confirmation from Hamas, Israel has said it will return to talks. This is pressure builds up on Benjamin Netanyahu's government to get back to remaining hostages. And Israeli senior security official told Channel 12 that some of the hostages held by Hamas in Gaza are presumably Israel's position and will not survive much longer in captivity. Despite this, Israel's aggression in Gaza continues. In the latest on the British side of the in Al-Aba area has killed an estimated 90 people, leaving dozens more wounded. Hezbollah has upped its offensive against Israel. Iran-backed Houthis have launched explosive laden drones at Israel's army base. It is the first time that the group has targeted the base. This in response to an Israeli strike in the south Lebanon city of Sidon that killed a senior commander of Hamas. Lebanese government has accused the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for waging a brutal war in Lebanon. For speaking to the media, Nasser Yassin, minister in the government, said that Lebanon has been stepping up its preparedness for more attacks from Israel. He added that this country will not stand the same level of aggression across the
A fragile nation like Lebanon won't stand such aggression to this degree of receiving another. But we have to pull ourselves together to really work on advancing our preparedness, whether the healthcare or logistics or having food and other stuff, to a certain level that we can actually absorb such aggression in the first instances of an Israeli attack on Lebanon. Someone who flies or sends militants or assassins to another capital is not shy from waging a region.
Lebanon, West Asia is bracing for an escalation given possible wave of attacks by Iran and its allies to punish Israel for the killings of senior members of Hamas as well as Hezbollah. Well, Jordan, which lies between Iran and Israel, says it will not be a battlefield for the two countries. Jordan's foreign minister said, we informed the Iranians and Israelis that we will not allow anyone to violate our airspace and risk the safety of our citizens. Meanwhile, a U.S. amphibious assault ship has docked in Cyprus as part of a pre-arranged visit. U.S. ambassador to Cyprus said that USS Wasp will be used to support civilians
with hostilities flare in West Asia. Cyprus has ordered to help if need be in evacuation of well-placed third-country nationals. Meanwhile, the threat of Iran and its proxies loom large over Israel. Iran's Revolutionary Guard's deputy commander has said that the supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei's order to harshly punish Israel over the assassination of Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh is clear and explicit, and preparations are underway to be implemented in the best possible way. The United States is ready to defend Israel. When asked about the statement of IRGC's deputy commander, the White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby said, and I quote him here, "When we hear rhetoric like that, we've got to take it seriously, and we do." Now, the United States has already pledged to provide Israel $3.5 billion to spend on its weapons and military equipment. For its support to Israel, the United States is on target in West Asia. The country's troops were attacked by a drone in northeastern Syria yesterday. This is the second such attack in recent days. The U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken dialed Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and warned that the escalation of tensions in the region was in no party's interest. He stressed on the need for a Gaza ceasefire.
Should the need arise,
U.S. along with Egypt and Qatar has called on Israel and Hamas to meet for negotiations on August 15th in Doha or in Cairo to finalize a hostage for ceasefire deal. While there is no confirmation from Hamas, Israel has said it would attend the talks, and this as pressure builds up on the Benjamin Netanyahu-led government to get back the remaining hostages. An Israeli senior security official told Channel 12
Searching
that
through it
some
could
of the
prove
hostages
beneficial.
held by Hamas in Gaza are presumed to be in serious condition and incapable of surviving much longer in captivity. Despite this, Israel's aggression in Gaza continues. In the latest, an Israeli strike on a school in Al-Sahaba has killed an estimated 1,900 people, leaving dozens
Rooms last of Israel, Iran's Revolutionary Guard's deputy commander has said Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei's order to punish Israel for the assassination of Chief Ismail Haniyeh.
You hear that?
Preparations are underway to implement the U.S. Israeli asked about the statement of IRGC's deputy commander. The White House said, and I quote, "When we hear rhetoric like that, we've got to take it seriously, and we do. The U.S. has already pledged to provide Israel $3.5 billion to spend on its weapons and military equipment. For its support to Israel, the U.S. is on target in West Asia. The country's troops were attacked by a drone in northeastern Syria yesterday. This is the second such attack in recent days. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken dialed Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and warned that the escalation of tensions in the region was in no party's interest.
May appear abandoned,
He stressed
but that
on the
doesn't mean
need
we
for
should
a
drop our
Gaza
guard.
ceasefire. U.S., along with Egypt and Qatar, have called on Israel and Hamas to meet for negotiations on August 15th in Doha or Cairo, and to also finalize a hostage for ceasefire deal. While there is no confirmation from Hamas, Israel has said it would attend the talks. This as pressure builds up on the Benjamin Netanyahu-led government to get back the remaining hostages. An Israeli senior official told Channel 12 some of the hostages held by Hamas are presumed to be in serious condition and incapable of surviving much longer in captivity.
This area is
Despite this,
obviously
Israel's
been
aggression
abandoned
in
for
Gaza
quite some
continues. The latest, an Israeli strike at a school in Al-Sahaba area has killed an estimated 90 to 100 people. Now, according to a Reuters report, Russia is expecting delivery of hundreds of ballistic missiles as it continues its war in Ukraine. Here's a report.
Judging from the amount of dust,
As per sources, Iran is set to deliver hundreds of satellite-guided weapons. Dozens of Russian military personnel are being trained in Iran to use the
these super mutants
P-60
are here.
close-range
We
ballistic
just killed
missile
them.
systems. Reports suggest that the Russian Defense Ministry signed a contract with Iranian officials on the 13th of December in Tehran. This deal included these defense systems as well as another ballistic missile system built by Iran's government-owned airspace industries organization called Ababul. European intelligence officials have said that Russian personnel have visited Iran to learn how to operate the F-80H-360 defense systems. The close-range ballistic missile system launches missiles with a maximum range of 120 kilometers, a warhead of 150.
Nothing new. Nothing new. Nobody does streams anymore. Let's see, I'll just type in live news. Okay. Oh, they're on ad break. I don't want to watch any of these guys. Times of India. United Nations. What the hell is going on at the United Nations? 49 people are watching.
Representation on the Security Council speaks directly to the credibility of the United Nations itself as an inclusive and a democratic organization. As the global institution at the heart of our multilateral system, fighting to deliver global public goods, including peace and security. We cannot continue to take the relevance of the United Nations for granted. We must earn it daily with the actions we take.
Okay. Boring. Al Jazeera, here we go.
Very much on the back foot.
Well, this is also a very interesting question because, yeah, as I said before, Russian Operation Offensive, the summer offensive, did not stop, and it was Russians had their successes as well. But this is actually interesting to see the comparison of their results and their results in Ukraine and in the eastern part of Ukraine and the results of Kursk Operation, and to compare them in time-wise and in result-wise, because this was around 70 days we can take as duration Russian summer offensive in Ukraine. They've lost more than 1,700 soldiers in casualties, and they gained a couple of villages, and there were it is not comparable, I guess, with the Kursk operation with 6 days and almost 30 villages in Kursk region, and many armored vehicles and people captured into the Ukrainian captivity. So yeah, actually it was not easy for Ukrainian armed forces during this summer, but we can see one of the results I was talking about earlier of this operation in Kursk is that some of the reserves are already being pushed from the Kharkiv region and from the Kharkiv offensive. And as of yesterday, Ukrainian forces claimed that it was less attacks from the Russian side. In figures, it would be less in 20%.
Patrick, worryingly, we've already mentioned this, there is a nuclear dimension. In your assessment, do you think that the Ukrainians might be going for the Kursk nuclear plant? We've seen a fire reported at Zaporizhzhia. That's the nuclear plant in Ukraine, southeast Ukraine, that's held by Russia. Do you think that is a coincidence? Do you think that maybe some Ukrainian aim perhaps to try and swap one for the other?
We may have a problem.
Yeah, it would make sense as maybe a secondary or nice to have objective if you can get it, given the fact that the Russians have held Zaporizhia. But to take a place like that, you need to do it in the early days, fighting walls, essentially. And again, you've seen footage just in the last 24 hours of
Oh shit, rocket guys. Alright, I'm in here. I'm in here.
Since things that actually calmed down around Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, I'd go with probably the more likely course of action being that the Russians have done something there in an attempt to show that we still have leverage over this, so just be careful what you do in case you get close to the Kursk power plant. But it is, looking at some of the forward lines of own troops for the Ukrainians, it's just about within artillery range now. But of course the Ukrainians don't play by, they play by the rules in a different way to the Russians, so they're not going to just, you know, set up a bunch of artillery and start bombarding the Kursk power plant, I would have thought. They care more about their international reputation.
Pavel, in the past we've seen attacks inside Russia, but they were carried out by groups that have been helped by anti-Putin groups. How worried do you think the Kremlin will be that this will empower more of those groups who may well have been working with the Ukrainian army to prepare this
throw a grenade down there.
There were actually no real reports of these kind of volunteer units that are considered as traitors and behind the enemy. Russia are really involved in this offensive. The latest today I heard that there are at least 5, the Russian side says that there are at least 5 Ukrainian brigades involved in the offensive, 2 airborne and 3 heavy.
Okay, let me stop you. Let me stop you there briefly, Alicia. Have you heard any news that there are Russians working on the side of Ukraine in this offensive, anti-Putin groups?
Yeah, I can say not about the Russian military groups, but about Russian partners, because we have witnessed some videos from the Kursk region on that matter. And we know that there are a large number of people in Russia who disagree with Kremlin policies. And for that people, we have in Ukraine, we have state projects that could help them and contact them. So yeah, as of Russian partisans at the Kursk region territory, I would say that it is true that they will fight.
Okay, let's bring Pavel, you can have the last word on that. How worried do you think the Kremlin might be at this moment?
I think they're very worried because they don't know what's coming next. Ukraine has the initiative right now in the north, and they have broke through. They are operationally free.
Nice.
They can try to say go for the Kursk nuclear power plant, but maybe that they'll just feint that and say they can turn south and into the Belgorod region and begin to roll back the entire Russian front from the rear. That depends, of course, on their plans and also absolutely on how much reserves they manage to secretly put together, how deep and seriously they can punch in. Can they actually overturn a large part of the Russian front, or they're just going to be going into Russia, maybe then holding a bit of Russian territory, which is very embarrassing, but that is not really totally crucial for the Russian regime, for Moscow. And I believe right now for Moscow, the worst possible scenario is that there's a serious destabilization of the front line in the north, and that Russia, like in September 22, would have to declare a partial mobilization, an additional partial mobilization, which would be very detrimental, politically speaking and economically speaking, for Russia.
Okay, Pavel. That's very interesting. Thank you to all 3 of our guests today, Alicia Horiainova, Pavel Felgenheuer and Patrick Bury. It's a fast-moving situation, but you can watch and follow Al Jazeera for the latest developments. Our website is aljazeera.com. What do you think about the situation? Your comments are welcome on our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or tweet us at us on what's now officially called X. We are at AJ Inside Story. For all of us here, thanks for joining us. I'll see you again soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Go away from the immigrants. No. Go away from the
Imagine people drowning in front of you and not being allowed to save them. At the crossroads of humanity and international law, a volunteer desperately trying to help refugees in need is charged with human trafficking and must fight to clear his name. Murky Waters, a witness documentary on Al Jazeera.
This world has borne witness to countless wars. What is happening now is unlike anything before. Do not question why it happened like this now. Lend an ear to this call. IHH, Humanitarian Relief Foundation.
That's how it happened though.
Hello, I'm Sara Khairat in Doha. The top stories on Al Jazeera. Dozens more Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces in Gaza, taking the toll closer to a grim milestone. The Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics says nearly 40,000 are now dead in just over 10 months of war. 42 were killed in Israel's latest attacks over the past 24 hours, including 13 in Khan Yunis. There, a renewed military operation has forced tens of thousands of Palestinians out of their homes. In Gaza City, a family home was shelled by Israeli forces, killing at least 3 people, including a baby. Families who'd been sheltering in a school bombed by Israel on Saturday have returned to the ruined building because there's nowhere else to go. More than 100 Palestinians were killed in the attack in Gaza City's El Daraj neighborhood, one of Israel's deadliest in recent months. Those who've returned to the school are navigating their way through rubble and fragments of missile debris. A number of Israeli missiles have hit schools sheltering displaced people 20 times in 6 weeks. 21, rather. A UN committee says those attacks have killed 274 Palestinians. Israeli forces repeatedly claim that schools are used as command centers for Hamas. Israel's massacre at the Gaza City school on Saturday has prompted another emergency meeting for the UN Security Council. Maya Ungar from the International Crisis Group says the lack of action so far shows that the Security Council needs reform.
24 sessions, yet very little that the Security Council has actually been able to do. That's significant, and it's something that will continue to hurt and undermine the legitimacy of the Security Council, far past when a ceasefire is reached in Gaza.
That's enough of that.
Hamas's armed wing, the Qassam Brigade, says its fighters killed an Israeli captive and wounded 2 others in separate incidents. The Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting in Israel, so Hamza Salhout has more from Jordan's capital, Amman.
Hamas's Al-Qassam Brigade's releasing this statement, essentially blaming the Israelis for the continued aggression on Gaza, saying that more assaults from air, land, and sea will only result in more deaths of Israeli captives. Now, let's get into what the Israeli military is saying. They have said that they can neither confirm nor deny the claims about the captives, that they do not have enough intelligence on their whereabouts, on the situation on the ground. And it just goes to show you about how much the war has cost. This is a war that is more than 10 months in.
At least 3 Palestinians have been wounded during Israeli raids in the occupied West Bank. Israeli forces fired bullets, injuring 2 people in Batn al-Hawa neighborhood in the city of Ramallah. Earlier, the soldiers stormed another area in Qalqilia city, wounding 1 person there. Firefighters are struggling to contain a massive wildfire on the outskirts of the Greek capital, Athens. Authorities are evacuating towns and hospitals. The fire is being fanned by high temperatures and strong winds. The FBI is investigating allegations that Iranian hackers tried to steal data from both U.S. presidential campaigns. Donald Trump's campaign team said that sensitive documents were taken in a cyber attack it says was carried out by Iran. Advisors working for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were also allegedly targeted.
Iran has denied any involvement. A leader of a Christian doomsday cult has gone on trial in Kenya accused of manslaughter. Paul Mackenzie was arrested after the remains of more than 400 people were found in a forest last year. He's accused of encouraging followers to starve themselves to death, telling them that they would go to heaven. A stampede during prayers in eastern India has killed at least 7 people. Worshippers got trapped in the crash at a temple in Jahanabad. Survivors say chaos broke out because of mismanagement. It happened a month after more than 100 people were killed. Well, that's all the headlines so far. The news continues here on Al Jazeera.
Shit, I've got the back suit there. I'm still thinking. Not here. Let me put it down here. Go. There we go. Oh, I see Jews. I see Jew.
Hi, welcome. Come on in. We're waiting for you.
We're waiting for you.
Come, come.
Come. Come.
My name is Yair Stern. I'm the son of Abraham Stern Elias Yair, the founder and first commander of Lehi, an underground movement that fought the British here in Israel during the 1940s. He was killed at the age of 34 by the British in cold blood murder.
Terrorism is turning into open revolt in Palestine, and British troops and police are up against a tough proposition. With every Arab a nationalist, any apparently peaceful citizen may be carrying a bomb. And to catch a murderer in an oriental city is like looking for a rabbit in a well-organized model.
Abraham Stern, first of all, was a hero. He came as a student from Poland to the land of Israel in 1925.
Oh, look at that guy. Looks like Nosferatu.
And was a brilliant student of liberal arts at the Hebrew University here on Mount Scopus. He also was a poet. This book is a book of his poems, since he was a poet. This is a book with all his poems. The first edition was in 1950.
Which one is
he would walk on his hands with the knives in his hands.
Is the one that I sent to you, Unknown Soldier.
He would walk on knives upside down.
Because he wrote this song in the year 1932, when he was a member of the Irgun.
Another power armor. Should take the fusion core. 50 cal. Nice. Yeah, I'll take the fusion core.
He came back to Jerusalem and he showed it to my mother. He sang it to her because he also invented the music. And he asked my mother, do you think that the boys will love this song? And she said, of course, it's a beautiful song. Come home, and she took notes and wrote the music. And since then, the song became the anthem of the underground movement.
Nice, a bed.
You want me to sing it?
Yes.
Okay, I can. At least 2 lines. חיילים אלמונים הננו בלי מדים.
It's a poem of a young man during the period of great ideologies and great clashes. So it became a symbol. I think a symbol for the resistance, all kind of resistance during the 1930s and 40s to the British mandate.
Beach.
And
some dudes.
Totally expressed the devotion for having free land.
And make other people do all the work.
Hey there, friend. We're in some real trouble. Maybe you can help.
He decided to join an organization that might
be glad to help if I can.
It's these damned greenskins, the super mutants. Whenever they come through, we just have to run away or hide. They take everything they can eat and destroy most everything else. And if they ever took us by surprise, we'd all be dead. We can't live like this. Please,
damn fucking
you've got to help us.
Do you know where they're coming from?
We have a pretty good idea. I hope you can find them and wipe them out.
But they didn't do much. They didn't like what they're doing there.
Faneuil Hall. I can't craft here. Oh, I'm in power armor.
And a group of Zionists within the Haganah.
Maybe I haven't worked for them yet, so I can't craft. Oh, yeah,
Britain
craft.
is as much the enemy of Zionism as are the Palestinians. So if you want to create a Jewish state in Palestine, you don't only have to remove the Palestinians, you have to force the Jews outside of Palestine.
Chops.
So the first group that
roasted Mirelurk
of the Haganah and
got some food.
It's more careful.
Oh, I'm very hungry.
Was
it's
the
gonna come in handy here.
led by Menachem Begin and Ze'ev Jabotinsky.
Oh my gosh.
So my father joined the Irgun, and there he understood and he started to think that his life is going to change. He will have to dedicate his life to fight for Israel.
The end of August 1939, just the day before the Second World War began, the British CID captured all the heads of the Irgun in a department in Tel Aviv. And a few months before, they captured the head of the Irgun, David Raziel. And also, on the same day when the German began the war,
use the workstation.
Ze'ev Jabotinsky decided that now the Irgun are not going to fight the British until the end of the war.
Now let's see.
Disagree with the Jabotinsky decision, and they're going to fight the British.
Parasites.
So Stern decided that he's going to
take some
split
antibiotics.
from the Irgun and to establish his own group.
That take care of my
which is called
parasites?
The Stern group.
Yes.
And if you want
Now
to
I'm
establish
thirsty.
a group, you need three things. You need men, you need arms, and you need money.
So they went out robbing banks, and
This is a good way to take some, good time to take some ran away.
And there was a great rage from most of the population against them.
Oh, I'm hungry and tired. All right.
The British authorities here, and mainly the British police in Tel Aviv, they were in panic from the Lehi actions because Lehi was killing and wounding many British soldiers.
Fed, but now I need to
officers,
sleep.
And they thought that if they will kill Stern, the underground will die with him. So there was a hunt. It's a simple story. Two of his soldiers were injured and being treated in a Jaffa hospital. And one day, the mother of one of the injured came to visit, and she told the other one, his name is Moshe Sforai, that she wants to go and visit his wife, but she doesn't know the address. And he told her the address in Hebrew.
And Sforai's wife, the most naive and probably not very professional conduct, was giving shelter to Stern. And when this information was tracked down
avoid these guys
by the British intelligence, the next thing they would do was to go and see what's going on there.
The one that discovered him was an officer named Thomas Wilkin. But he didn't shoot. He called his superior, this guy, Major Morton, and Morton did the killing. My father was
oh shit!
Oh fuck! It was a cold-blood murder. Then they claimed that he tried to run away or something.
Oh, Rusty's as steady as ever. Let's give him a hand, huh?
That's his last letter. This is his last letter written in the morning of his death, of the killing. He says here in this last letter that I'm not one of those who give themselves up willingly to the police or to the collaborator with her from right or from left. Meaning
The last person that disobeyed you.
negative answer. I'm not leaving.
These, the first pictures permitted of Jewish refugees on their way from Cyprus to Palestine. They're some of the last 750 of the December quota, and not unnaturally, the transfer, since it's now in the direction of the Promised Land, is orderly and cheerful.
The Promised Land.
Many had suffered great hardships in the past.
Now they're going to go and kill all the brown people in the desert.
Today, she has a future.
Aaron Stern is a
Instead of going and living in Brooklyn where they belong.
An ideologist. And in that sense,
Going to the desert to kill all of the Palestinians and take their land.
Truthful figure of that era.
Based on faulty information that the rabbis can't back up.
Was he a terrorist or was he a
We all just
misguided
go along
criminal?
with.
My guess, no. I think he was a terrorist.
Unlike other Zionists, Stern did not lie to himself. He didn't say that Palestine was empty.
If you're looking for another
But if
safe
you
haven.
read his early writings, he describes the Palestinians as aliens, as foreigners. He really believed that the Palestinians were people who did not belong in Palestine and were taking over, settling in a land that belonged only to the Jews.
Huh.
He did not see any attachment between the Palestinians and Palestine.
Oh, what a tolerant, inclusive man.
He saw himself as a real anti-imperialist person.
Outstanding work at Fort Strong, soldier.
It was an honor fighting for the Brotherhood.
I'm glad you feel that way, because our mission here has only just begun. In order to bring the Institute to its knees, we need to use every weapon at our disposal. I try to supply my soldiers with the best. That's why I'm giving you these. Signal grenades can call a vertibird to your location when you need aerial transport.
Hell yeah.
Simply throw one to the ground, and the vertibird will hone in on the unique electromagnetic smoke it emits. Once you're aboard, use the map on your Pip-Boy to interface with the pilot's navigation system, so he'll be able to take you wherever you need.
What? That's sick.
Thank you, Elder. I'll make good use of them.
I expect that you will. Now, I'm sure you're aware
Fast
that Fort
travel
Strong was simply
on
the
survival
first
mode.
step towards the liberation of the Commonwealth. An even greater task lies ahead. By now, I'm sure you've deduced that our arrival in the Commonwealth wasn't coincidental. We're here because of a unique energy reading recorded by Paladin Dance's recon team. According to our scribes, the reading indicated a level of technology that only the Institute could achieve. The moment this information came to light, our mission became clear. The Institute, and everyone responsible for the creation of the synths, must be eliminated at all costs. To accomplish this goal, we need to locate the Institute's headquarters. I've had our scribes meticulously searching the Commonwealth, but they've come up empty-handed.
Where do I start?
I want you to get out there and become our eyes and ears on the ground. You seem to have a vested interest in locating the Institute before we met, so I'm confident you'll travel in the right circles. If you discover a way in, I need you to report it to me immediately. Any questions, Knight?
Not right now, Elder.
Very well then. Dismissed.
Dope.
This naive attempt was never involved. There was never any kind of cooperation. There was some strange dreams of fighting together the mutual enemy. Nothing serious could have come out of it.
I'm going to hand you some documents that prove that your dad did cooperate with the Nazi, and did he have a knowledge that the Nazi
she's trying to
was
cancel this
treating
dude.
the Jews very badly?
She's anti-Israel.
Can't talk right now. Gotta clean the Meyerluck scat off.
Back then, they didn't even like. So if they were willing to work with the Nazis back then, do you think they were really that? I mean, okay. Are the history books? Come on.
These are
Let's be honest
protocols of an interrogation made by Haganah people. The main Yishuv establishment to a young man that was part
Heard you gave those
of the
muties
Stern
at Fort
people.
Strong something to think about.
And they asked him what were the ideas of making some kind of apply to Germany. It was never a cooperation. It's false.
You worked with the Nazis, though.
Sickness. I'd stay away from ferrets.
One of them was
I realize it's
tortured.
not the most glamorous of missions,
Tortured
but hell,
very strongly.
neither is starving.
Chaim Zetler by the British.
I'll take a
And
look.
I think that
My
under
guess.
torture, he told them whatever they wanted to hear. And the other one, Polani, is a guy that was in the leadership of Lehi. And once the British put on the walls of all the streets in Tel Aviv pictures of wanted leaders of the Lehi. My father was, they wanted to pay for him 1,000 sterling, which was a huge sum of money there. He ran to a kibbutz called Ma'aleh HaMisha, not far from Jerusalem. He had friends there, and he was hiding there. And there he told them whatever they wanted to hear. But there's no legs to this lie. I And as I told you, the only collaboration was with this ambassador in Beirut, came out with nothing. And also, Stern couldn't know about the Holocaust because the Wannsee Convention, where all the Nazi leadership conferred and decided about the final solution for the Jews, was in 20th of January, 1942. Stern was killed on February 12th, 1942, 3 weeks later. He was then under hunt. He was living in parks, in shelters. He didn't know anything about what's going on in Europe, not about the Wannsee Convention, and not about the extermination of Jews. He couldn't know.
He definitely knew that Jews already for 7 years or 8 years before were under a very racist legal regime.
Whatever.
That boycotted Jewish businesses. The Jews were thrown out of universities, civil service. This was a few years after the Kristallnacht, when Jewish synagogues were burned, hundreds of Jews were killed in pogroms. He knew very well about this Nazi incitement to their own society. I don't think he knew about extermination camps and so on, but he definitely knew that the Nazis were using very cruel anti-Semitic means in order to force the Jews outside of Germany. But, you know, forcing the Jews out of Germany for Stern was something that he wanted to happen anyway.
Haganah and the mainstream Zionists, and even their gun realised you had to wait for the defeat of the Nazis before you could then take on the British. It was a question of tactics, it wasn't a question of principle. So the idea that you negotiate with the Nazis,
out of Germany? Oh, maybe because the Germans don't want them there right now. Okay, well maybe we should leave for a little bit.
1933, they negotiated Havarah, the transfer agreement, a trade agreement with the Nazis that broke the Jewish boycott of Nazi Germany. So again, there was no difference in principle, but
I don't care.
Tactically, you could see Stern.
I'd gladly lay down my life if it keeps
was again impatient. He couldn't wait. He couldn't see that sometimes you can't do everything at once.
In Rome, a Nazi flag flies and a wreath is laid at the tomb of the Italian unknown soldier. 500 members of the so-called Hitler Youth march past in demonstration of the newly established accord between Germany and Italy. And who takes the salute? Don't tell me, I shall recognize him presently.
Don't tell me, I shall recognize him presently.
A significant visit. Germany and Italy, Nazis and fascists draw together.
Many of the Zionist leaders, not only Abraham Stern, went through this famous maxim, my enemy's enemy is my friend. And some of them, and again, not only the Stern gang, were also very nationalist in a way. Even Ben-Gurion, still in 36, 37, were quite fascinated by fascism as an ideology.
Into a situation, guns blazing on the ground. I've informed Captain Kells of your search for the missing recon team. Going forward, report your findings directly to him.
Alright.
African stories from African perspectives.
I realized that I need to do more with my life.
2 short documentaries by African filmmakers from Morocco and
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide, because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA.
In their own words, 3 Al Jazeera journalists describe working and surviving through Israel's assault on Gaza.
نفسية أخرج إلى الميدان وأتوقع أن أستشهد.
أحيانا ما بعرفش أنام من المشاهد اللي أنا شفتها.
Journalism under genocide on Al Jazeera.
You want to report, but at the same time you want to feed your family. You also want to stay alive.
He's going to cause this, and let me tell you,
Yeah,
it can
yeah.
lead to World War
Elon
III.
and Trump
that
are
can
talking.
lead to World War III. The Middle East can lead numerous places that could end up in a World War III right now for no reason whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III, and it's just when you're looking at the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's game over for humanity, and it's something that people have, I think, after the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from other
100%.
countries.
And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to build
yeah.
an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection, because it just takes one maniac to start something. We're going to have protection, and we're going to have. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has it. We're going to have an Iron Dome. But with all of that being said, to me that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that they can't buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen, and it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot. And we discussed the border at great length. It's nice to have a forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on you. They don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview. And in her case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty
Yes,
sad.
absolutely.
But the big thing now is the economy, Elon.
Yeah.
And as much as I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it doesn't matter what you make. The inflation has eaten you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle-income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing that's happening, and we'll end that quickly.
Well, I think a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending, because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So if the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply, and if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services, that's inflation. So really, we need to have we need to reduce our government spending, and we need to re-examine. I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not sensible? Right. And we need to live within our means. We're currently adding, I think, $1 trillion to the deficit roughly every 100 days. And the interest payments on the national debt have now exceeded the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion.
It's interest,
and it keeps growing.
I rebuilt our military, largely rebuilt our military. Did a great job on it, which was so important. We had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old. And we did a great job in that. Then we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. You know, they're one of the largest sellers
Yeah.
of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we gave them. That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to the economy. We have to bring energy
Yeah.
prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you know you have a good, and you do make a great product. I have to say, I have to be honest with you.
Thank
That
you.
doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible. But the
Thank you.
gasoline, Elon, is the cost of energy. Not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house. That has
Sure.
to come down. It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to
Yeah.
drill, baby, drill. You know, they stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable. Wind and different things. You're not going to have anything.
Yeah.
And I know you're a big fan of the AI, and I have to say
Yeah.
that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So you're going to have to build. We're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're
Sure.
going to need a lot of
Well, I mean-
electricity. You're going to need tremendous
Yeah.
electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
Sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government
Right.
overspending. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government spending and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just tries to make the spending sensible and so the country lives within its means, just like a person
The
does?
waste is incredible, and nobody negotiates prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies, and they'll probably try and merge at some point. I mean, I watched through it. Like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general officer, sir, would you please sign this document? And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two planes, two 747s. And the price was $5.7 billion for two planes. Now, now they're highly sophisticated.
That's insane.
They're even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're very, I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's 5.7.
That's a crazy
It's
number.
a crazy number, but I said, I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane, other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved one. And I said to Boeing, man, you guys must make a lot of money if you can reduce the price by that. But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden administration and wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I saved it by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. And you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other
Exactly.
items.
Multiply it by a
the
zillion,
numbers are
and
astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I mean, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. And I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love
if it were formed.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in, and you say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But, if you look at Argentina...
Well, I'd be happy to
by
help
the way,
out.
congratulations.
Yeah.
I just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat. We'll call it a chat. But congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. And you're an interesting character. The new head of a place called Argentina and he's a big,
Malay's
you know,
awesome.
he's great, and
Yeah.
he's a big MAGA fan. You know that he ran on MAGA, and he took it
Yeah.
to an extreme too. He ran on MAGA, and I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought over, but he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing
Yeah.
they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. You know, they had like
Yes,
2,000%. And they had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to
Yeah.
have that pretty soon. I think we
Yeah.
have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They
Yeah.
don't include a lot of the items that should be included, you know.
Yeah. Well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money
Yeah.
effectively, and having just like so many departments you can't even name them all, and what Malay is doing is he's cutting government spending, he's simplifying things, he's putting in regulations that make sense, and Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement
That's right.
in prosperity. But it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. In the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country. And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have phenomenal reserves of everything, oil, everything, and it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people. And so I think we should not be complacent in the United States and thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted, because if with bad government policy we can run the country into the ground, and that's just something people should bear in mind. Don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38.
Way over encumbered.
Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7. But we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states, where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great, because states that basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. He's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the 50, I would bet that 35 would do great, and 15 of them, or 20 of them, will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. You can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some of these countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well-run.
Sure.
And maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of, the land or the sun and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well, but they'll actually be forced to do better, because it'll be a pretty bad situation. But if you think about it, you'll have some of these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than half what it is in Washington. And these people don't care about the students in these, faraway states. And it'd be unbelievable.
Yeah. I think you're making a good point in that if the states have to if each state has to compete against other states, then people will naturally move to states where it's better.
Well, like California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through. I got so many friends that are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But some of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do it good initially. But but you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little monitor. You know, you want to make sure they're teaching English as an example. You know, give us a little English, right?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. No, but I mean, to what? I mean, some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul Salesman of the Year award because they're driving so much U-Haul.
It's actually amazing.
People moving out.
Isn't it amazing to you as a businessman that they can even survive? Like Illinois. So many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? I saw where you left California, and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, you know, I mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses? And their taxes are already really high. You know, the taxes are among the highest taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job, and they're crime-ridden places. You wonder, how do they continue to just go on? It's not a good situation.
I mean, I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal government.
Right. Well.
That's the only thing that's
going
to get them to change.
You remember the area in California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money. And they went into a form of chapter. And it was very nasty for a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So you know, at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want him in the family business. And then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So, you know, what, is he going to be a great governor? And, you know, you have people, I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of these, and some are very good and some are just horrible.
Well, I think that, I mean, the larger point here, too, you know, as you're saying, like you know, a lot of people are concerned about the economy, a lot of people are concerned about inflation. And inflation is effectively a tax on people that save money and for people that are working day to day. It's just a form of taxation, and if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and that's a really big deal.
Well, the people that got hurt worse are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, you know, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money. And then they got no interest on their money, and inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. You know, when I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years ago, when you look at some of the food products in grocery stores, people go, they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, you know, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at, it's sticker shock. They call it sticker shock, right?
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason, but unless you've got effective deregulation, like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we haven't really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think there's an opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation.
Well, Elon,
those two things, those are the big deals.
We set a record. We did more deregulation and more restrictions on all of the different businesses than any other president. Remember, I had the rule for everyone we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did radical cuts on all of that. And a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary. But we were all set. You know, we had the best economy ever maybe in the world. And then what happened is COVID came in. and we had to focus on that, and nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, you know, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But had that not happened, the gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right.
Even good people
But had
do
that
crazy
not
things when they're
had that
scared.
not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle-income people, not only businesses. But we did it for businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, you know, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill, and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, you know, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But the problem is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore. You know, we got over that bad period where everybody was dying and feeling, you know, it was just not a good period. Interestingly, you know, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted us from doing what I wanted to do. But we had the greatest for, you know, almost 3 years. We had the great, and you know that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years. And also said that African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. They were having the best. Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that graduated from the best colleges, from MIT, from the Wharton School, from all of the great colleges, Harvard. They were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better. And everybody was
Let's see what you got.
was happy. And then COVID came, and we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I should probably say something about, like, you know, maybe my views on, you know, climate change and oil and gas, because I think I'm probably different from what most people would assume. Because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving, and the economy would collapse. So it's, you know, I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry, and I. You know, the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other countries, and it would help with prosperity in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my view is like we do over time want to move to a sustainable energy economy, because eventually you do run out of. I mean, you run out of oil and gas. It's not there. It's not infinite. And there is some risk. I think the risk is not as high as you know, a lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million of CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea. And so we're now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million per year. So I mean, it still gives us. So what it means is, like, we still have quite a bit of time.
Hey, see that big blimp?
But so there's not like we don't need to rush, and we don't need to, like, you know, stop farmers from farming, or, you know, prevent people from having steaks or
Right.
basic stuff like that. Like leave the farmers alone.
I agree.
in
How
my
crazy
opinion.
is that where
I mean,
you have farmers that are not allowed to farm anymore and have to get rid of their cattle and the whole world is
yeah,
a
that's
little
silly.
crazy, but it's largely taken its lead from us. I do say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car, you know, fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, you know, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to. But I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. You know, much of it hasn't even been found yet.
Yeah.
But there are tremendous, like Anwar. I got Anwar in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Everybody tried. Nobody could do it. I got it approved. The first thing that Biden did was unimprove it, to get rid of it. He ended it. His secretary went in and she ended it. And what a disgrace. That's Anwar. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it. And I'll get it going very quickly because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure, really good stuff. And, you know, they end it. So I think we have, you know, perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows. But during that time, something will come around that will be very good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and my estimate would be, you know, a little more aggressive than that. But it's not the sort of like we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. But I mean, my view is like if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you know, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. I mean, I think some of that it's problematic if it accelerates. If you start going from 2 or 3 to say 5, and then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2. And I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like that's considered like an industrial hazard.
Right.
Just so it's you know that's actually you start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable to live. So you don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we've got. I think we want to just move over and like, and if I don't know, 50 to 100 years from now, we're I don't know, mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. So it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it is something we need to move towards.
All right.
And
Plenty of supplies.
on balance, it's probably better to move there faster than slower. But like I said, without vilifying the oil and gas industry, and without causing hardship in the short term, I think this can be done. Without people can still have a steak, and they can still drive gasoline cars, and it's okay. It's like it's not. I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability. I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way. And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, so because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable solution. And that's what Tesla's trying to move things towards, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard.
Dude, they had that car like 20 years ago.
We don't believe that environmentalism, that caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast, they're sexy. I mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I mean, the sexy joke, Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive joke out there. But I don't know, I like cheesy humor, So, but I'm a big fan of like, let's have an inspiring future, and let's
Yeah.
work towards a better future,
Purified
and,
water.
and we do so without demonizing
Right.
people.
I'm okay.
You know.
You know, it's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and today they use the word climate change because you know you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But you know, I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars.
Yeah,
And it
exactly.
just seems like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll be the first.
Well, you
But it
just
would
gave
seem
him
that
the
a
idea.
solar panel on the roofs, you know, on flat surfaces, on certain surfaces might be good.
Yeah.
At least in certain areas of the country where you have the or the world
Sure.
where you have the sun. But
Yeah, he just gave him the
I would
idea.
think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But you know, the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me,
Sure.
that's an immediate problem because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear, and you know probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. You know, China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way lower. Russia and us are number 1, and I mean, we're sort of tied. And China is far behind, but they're developing at a level that, you know, you're not surprised to hear very fast. They'll end up catching up, maybe even
Yeah.
surpassing. But to me, the biggest problem is not climate change. It's not, and everything's, you know, a problem, but it's degrees. To me, the big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great. And when I talk about I'll prevent
underrated. It's
I'll
awesome.
prevent World War III, I will. But the truth is that you have to, because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is a level of destruction and power that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and actually, there's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation is underrated.
You're right.
And it's actually, you know, people have this fear of nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. And if you look at the injuries and deaths, you know, caused by, say, I mean, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining operation, there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that, you know,
maybe they'll have to change the name.
You know.
The name is it's a rough name. There are some areas like
it's rough
when
name.
you see what happened in
Good bad branding.
Right,
The
we'll have
branding's
to rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. You know, no, it has a branding problem. You know, when you see what happened,
It does have a branding problem.
when you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they, you know, there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again.
Don't
you
talk
know,
to me.
you
I'll
realize
attract
it's
someone.
pretty bad.
No,
but,
that's not true.
But you're right
No,
about it. It's amazing.
It's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan, like people were asking me in California, you know, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's actually not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. And I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant. And
yeah, but you haven't
because
been
the danger
feeling
is
so
just-
well lately, and I'm worried about it.
No, but I mean,
I'm only
it's
kidding.
It's fine, you know. It's like, you know, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So
Right.
it's
Well, that's
really
great.
not
That's
something that, you know.
That's great.
So it's not as scary as people think, basically. But let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? You know, like lawfare. I think, you know,
Well,
we need to be concerned about
what they've done to this country.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we just won the big
I mean,
case in Florida. This was a Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's
Trump's
go after
lisp
their
right
political
now, it's so
opponent,
funny,
me,
like he must have
with
his
this
dentures out or
nonsense
something.
and just nonsense. And the big case in Florida we
Fresh
won,
meat. I ain't
but
selling-
they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use local DAs, they use the local attorney generals, like Fani, you know Fani, spelled Fani, Fani, and it's all a big hoax, and it's all run from there. Like in Manhattan, one of the top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before, and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare. It's a terrible thing, and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or, in all fairness, like a conversation like this, where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion. Okay, I looked at him today on the beach, and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad, and it's ridiculous. I mean, and he's been doing that for a long time. He can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift, and he can't lift it.
Oh shit! There's
the whole thing is crazy.
Well, he's clearly. He's clearly like we just don't have a president.
You don't have a president, and she's going to be worse than him because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco, and then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states there you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our country is becoming a very dangerous place, and she is a radical left San Francisco liberal, and now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump, if that's possible. I don't think it's possible, but she wants to be more Trump than Trump.
Yeah.
I want a wall.
I think that's.
She wants to release all the prisoners that are in detention, and some of these guys are really bad.
Right.
That just came out today. She doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. In your business, everything you do is obsolete. Almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships, they're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is a wall and a wheel, and the wall. I built hundreds of miles of wall, and that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add 200 miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant, I said, wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders. She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
Yeah, this is simply not true. This is simply not true.
And everybody knows it's not true. It's a disgrace that she can say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far left.
Worse than Bernie Sanders. She is considered more liberal by far than Bernie Sanders. She's a radical left lunatic, and if she's going to be our president, very quickly you're not going to have a country anymore. And she'll go back to all of the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. Now all of a sudden she's saying, no, I really want to see fracking. if they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, they won't vote for her. You know, like the Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him. You know, both sides. That was a hard thing to do. Unification.
Yeah, no. I mean, Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there.
Sucking off Israel.
And Kamala stood him up. You know, what does that say?
I think it's highly disrespectful. And I say, if you're a Jewish person, or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that is a very pro-Israel, if you vote for her, it's worse than Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow.
They're not just like
from
calling him a
hundreds
murderer,
and maybe
like, that's what he
thousands
is.
of rockets. You know, their Iron Dome,
he's an
as they
evil
call
person.
it, as we all call it, but their shield that they built, that can be swamped. We'll use the term that's appropriate, swamped. But they swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles, they can't defend themselves. You know, they just obliterate the whole place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people. And I'm telling you, she'll be worse than him, because she's a believer in being radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, it's important for the public that maybe listening to this to look at Kamala's track record, before the last month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it, because it is her behavior has been far left, and we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala's moderate when she in fact is not moderate.
Well, her running mate approved, signed into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms. Okay, now that's all I have to hear. Tampons in boys' bathrooms. And that means she believes in that too. I mean, she picked this guy because he was the closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an anti-Israel, radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as the president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. And I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country for this election, and I'm just stating my opinion. Now, you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission, saying, to not have disinformation on during this discussion that we're having, and there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on Americans from other countries, and what do you think about that?
Well, I know the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know. We, through a different forum, NATO, we protect them, and yet if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible. The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. We have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad, and I let them know it.
Nice.
And that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them. With Ukraine, so we're in for $250 billion, and they're in for about $71 billion, and they have the same size. If you add up the European nations that, in terms of an economy, it's about the same size, wouldn't you say, as us? And they're in, and they're in much greater risk. They're right there. We have an ocean separating us from, in this case, the enemy would be Russia. Used to be for the Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is they're in for 70-something million. I think even less than that, billion. And we're in for
10 missiles.
about 250
Holy
billion,
what?
and it could be a lot higher than that. And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying
They have
what
10
we're paying?
missiles in a
And they're in
comic
much
book
more, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not. But they
Yeah.
should,
Both of
and
these
I
guys
did it
had a
with
gold
NATO.
watch. Why did both
We
these guys
were,
have a gold
there were
watch in
only
the comic
7
store?
countries that were paid up in NATO
Scavengers
out of
note.
28 at the time. And the United States
Yeah,
was
yeah.
The United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I said, I went in and I said, you
Yeah.
got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in, and
Yeah, I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses.
and then we get
even though,
taken
like,
advantage of on trade. So think about
Yeah,
it.
well, I mean, the point of NATO is defending Europe, and it's it's like then okay, well, why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair, and that is an appropriate thing to address.
Well, when you talk about
so-
cost cutting and savings and everything else, I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than I do because I know it would have never happened. I know Zelensky. He was very honorable to me because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are lunatics. I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. In many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russias and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to do things.
Yeah.
Now, they've taken advantage
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
us incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah, well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech because during your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with false attacks, and you didn't try to shut down the media, you didn't try to inhibit their freedom of speech.
Oh, shit.
And I think that says a lot.
Well, the good thing is that you and I have, and some people, very few, we can get the word out. Although sometimes it's hard because they don't want to print it, like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's not smart. She's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation. And Biden, we don't even have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. He would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, where am I? Where am I going? So anyway, but no, he wouldn't have this.
That's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that we can have a conversation, and I'm able to get it out without because I get treated unfairly.
This is a really big point. You can actually have a conversation with you.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
And you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's like it's not possible.
That's true.
So this is like talking to an NPC.
No.
So it's just impossible.
Well, but think of it. We need a man or person who's unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the nuclear danger and all the dangers that I'm talking about. And I got along with all these. I got along with Kim Jong-un. We had dinner. We had everything. And he really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way, he's the absolute boss over there. A lot of people said, oh, do you think he really...
That's for
Let
sure.
me tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss. But we had a good relationship, and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man, he said. He's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But, in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it, but I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it if it's true. But we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now, Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating or
No, it's
even
silly. It would be
standing
silly.
together? It is, the whole concept is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I saw a picture of her on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful
Bloodied
actress ever to live.
revolutionary sword?
It was a drawing. And actually,
Yeah.
she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania.
Cool.
She didn't look.
Yeah.
She didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman. So we'll leave it at that, right?
Yeah, well, maybe like I think part of what people in America want to, people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the future is going to be better than the past, and that America is going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past, reach new heights that make you proud to be an American, and excited about the future.
They want the American dream back. They want the American dream back. More important than anything else. It's like you don't have that today because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our. The Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent, and when I debated him, I was like, "Is this for real?" It was.
Yeah, it was just absurd. But I think there are like some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I
Probably
think
not
like
worth taking the
we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We
Right.
could build high-speed connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. It's possible to solve traffic with tunnels.
That's right.
We've already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better.
Well, I saw what you did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see. I took a big glimpse at it, and it's incredible. It's incredible, and you could do that all over. You could do that all over. It's deep.
Yeah.
You don't even need much structure, assuming you're in the right area.
No, it's straightforward.
It's amazing.
So and I think we could do some things that like China's got incredible high-speed rail between its cities, but I think it's actually possible with tunnels if with deregulation, with an ability to actually where it's like legal to actually do the tunnels. Then you could have high-speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high-speed transport between cities, and that would be something that Americans can say, "Wow, okay, we've got something that's cooler than anyone else in the world." That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an American.
And much safer than surface trains, where there is a danger there. With crazy people, it's much safer, much better. And it's sad because I've seen some of the greatest trains. I find it fascinating. And I've seen the systems and how they work, and the bullet trains, they call them, I guess. And they go unbelievably fast, unbelievably comfortable, with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also like there's, I'm kind of hopping on the excess
Cloaking
regulation,
Raider
but
left
I
a
think
leg
something
in
that
this freaking legendary rad
that
roach.
I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and
Being hit
regulations
melee
is that
generates
they
stealth
just there's
field
more and
once
more
per
of them every
60
year,
seconds.
and unless there's a
What?
process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes
You're right.
illegal, and
Crazy.
and
I
that
had to
actually
take that.
it slows down the development of
use
new
it, though.
technologies. I mean, if you take the sort of like I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's lives. And
I worked very
and-
hard
and,
on that.
you know,
We got that down
yeah.
to the lowest number ever. And we got therapeutics approved in the FDA that people can't even believe the speed. But I took them on. I don't think they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And, it's a very bureaucratic
fucking
group.
talk to this
Actually,
guy.
It's a fine group of people.
Why
in
is it so hard
many
to
cases.
interact
I got
with
to know a
you
lot of them, but
fucking
I was
fans?
pushing them really hard for Regeneron, for so many different things that were really pretty amazing. But the FDA takes too long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I got some things done very quickly. But it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. It just takes too long.
Yeah, it just takes too long, and it's you end up in the same with the approval, but it just it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take months, that improves people's lives. And I think I just wanted to hop on this point that like there has to be an active process for reducing rules and regulations, because otherwise They just keep building up every year. And you get like carbonated lotteries, and eventually everything's illegal or takes forever. And then we just ossify as a society. We can't make any progress, and it's a really big deal.
Well, you know, Elon, just getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in and, if you're terminally ill, you can use a space-age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. But people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA. I got it approved where you can, you basically, look, nobody wanted it. The doctors didn't want it because of the liability. The country didn't want it, our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies. Nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list. If somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative. Okay. And as you know, we got it done. We have saved Right to Try. They've been trying to get this done for 58 years, and it sounds simple, but it wasn't, because the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done. Somebody signs. You sign a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country. You're not going to sue anybody. And we got it done, and we're saving tens of thousands of lives. Right to Try. Hopefully, you never need it, but if you do, you don't have to travel to Asia. You know, people, if they had money, they go to Asia, they go to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and die.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and actually, to give Europe some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, they got more regulations than we do. So why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We did something that really, they've been trying to do it for 50 years, and they just couldn't get it done.
Costume?
And I got it done.
Dude,
and
sick.
It's really something. But you're right. Some people go to Europe because a drug isn't approved here, but it's approved in Europe, and it's a drug that, generally speaking, would work. It's pretty crazy.
Absolutely.
You're right.
And I think so long as people are properly informed of the pros and cons, and like these are the risks, these are the risk, and like you make your own decision. That makes sense.
Well, I think just in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You got a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get nervous, because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. How many? What is the number? Wow. What is it?
There's stuff back here. Silver submachine gun.
I think in terms of people
that's bigger than you said. You said 25, and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70, and I guess over a period of time. Hey, I congratulate you. Do I get paid for this or not?
Well, I think actually in terms of the number of people that will hear this conversation over the next few days to weeks, it's going to be hundreds.
That's what they say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look, it's an honor. I just asked this: are you better off now, or were you better off when I was president? Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls on that, and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it. And, they also feel very unsafe. You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the colleges it's ridiculous, but all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. Maybe I'll call it Kamala migrant crime. But
with all these things, I always try to get to the ground truth by just asking people. And my mom lives in New York, and I was like, Mom, have any of your friends, been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, 3 of her friends in 3 separate incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets of New York. And I said, well, what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. And they just know
they always get away.
Nothing's going. And they don't even bother reporting it because they know that they're not going to, people are not going to get prosecuted. They just let, violent criminals out in New York
The
with,
only
with
one that
zero
gets
avail.
prosecuted is Donald Trump. They don't get, they prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I mean it's just obviously messed up.
Oh, it's terrible.
If violent criminals are being getting off scot
Yep.
free, and meanwhile the New York spending massive resources prosecuting you, and it's like what's this and I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and says, what the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system. The legal system is supposed to be protecting the public
Right.
from violent criminals, and it should be obviously allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one, I mean, this is a very bad precedent, what they're doing in terms of, going after their political opponent. And that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent. And then you get a judge who's, a strong Democrat, and I'm being nice when I say that, in many cases, crooked as hell. But you get a judge and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and, you'll have a jury pool
Yeah.
with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could also be the other way, though,
Of course.
because it could start the other way in areas where they hate
Exactly.
Democrats, and you get into a
Yep.
Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City is
Yep,
losing. New
absolutely.
York City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say we don't want that to happen to us. That's no justice system. You have an unfair system of
Yes.
justice, and it's costing New York State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So, all of that stuff is important. But the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast, and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of
Yeah, I think
inflation.
there's a lot of opportunity.
Right,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
So,
And I just want to,
I
I want to
think,
congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. We can talk. You and I can talk about rockets.
Well, it's kind of you to say. Thank you.
Tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And I just say here, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now, but if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we've suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to do a lot of things.
I think that's a very real risk.
Yeah, it's a big risk.
That's a very real risk.
Yep.
And it's, I'd just like to note to people listening, like I've not been very political before, and if you look at my record, I've actually been, I'm not like some, so they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd, because I'm like making electric vehicles and solar and batteries, helping with the environment, and I actually I supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president, and so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed-in-the-wool long-term Republican. I'd call myself, historically a moderate Democrat, but now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country, and I think a lot of people thought the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not, and obviously we're just going to see an even further left administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. I mean, her dad is literally. She was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, it's not we're not making this up. That's how she was brought up. So, and we want to have a future that is prosperous. And I think we're just at this critical juncture. And I think this is a case of the America is going to at a fork in the road, and
It's true.
And I think it will take the path to, like, you are the path to prosperity, and I think Kamala is the opposite. Then that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy, and you know, I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself, but I'm just trying to tell people my honest opinion, and I haven't been really active in politics before, and I'm just trying to point out that my track record historically has been moderate, if not moderate, slightly left, and so this is to people out there who are in the moderate camp to say, I think you should support Donald Trump for president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you. And, you know, I actually always did think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's
Yeah.
even more of an
Well,
honor to have
yeah.
your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. But, you know, when you think of her, San Francisco, 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tish. He said it's the greatest city in America. And now it's almost not livable there. And California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California. And she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so unwise as to elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly. And we're going to turn this country around. We're going to do things and we can do it fairly quickly. And we have to get rid of the criminals that have been, you know, given to us by other countries as they laugh. They laugh at us. They think we're stupid to accept these people. These are radical, stone-cold killers in many cases, and terrorists. And they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And we have to take them out.
Yeah, I mean, if I could summarize it, perhaps, you know, I think these are issues that I think most people in America would agree with, which is that we want safe and clean cities, we want secure borders, we want sensible government spending, we want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system, just, you know, stop the lawfare, and I think that's like, and how are those even right-wing positions? I think those are that's just common sense. And that's, I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. I don't understand, you know, they call it progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore, but call it liberal or progressive. I don't understand how somebody could say that it's okay for them to empty prisons into our country. And again, I told you, their crime rates all over the world are going way down, which makes sense. In fact, the next time what we'll do is if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country, okay? So you and I will go and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela because that's what's happening. Their crime rate's coming down and our crime rate's going through the roof, and it's so simple. And you haven't seen anything yet because these people have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated. And they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And our police, I have to just end with this, we have great police, we have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their job without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely, and it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to arrest violent criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes, and then you arrest the violent criminal, and then the DA, you know, doesn't prosecute and they just let the guy out.
Yeah.
Well, then, like, why should a police officer risk their life to arrest a violent felon?
Well, even worse, Elon,
if nothing's going to happen.
Even worse, they prosecute the police officer. They go after it and they prosecute the police officer and they take away his pension. They take away his job. He loses his family. He loses his house.
Well, I thought it was very telling, like incredibly telling, that, you know, when there was that case where, you know, sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times Square in New York, and then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail, and I think a bunch of them were given 3 trips to California. Well, what is I mean, that is a gross indignity against the United States, and that's how, I mean, this is insane. Like, have we lost all pride? How can such a thing be allowed to occur?
I've never seen anything. You know, we see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but it's something they're very proud of, and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of things. But I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand-up fighting. a police officer. There were 2 of them. And you had about 6 of these guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot.
Yes.
They would be shot instantly. And, you know, they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But in their own country, if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness. And it's such a sad, it's such a sad thing to see. And that's the reason you have crime, by the way, because we don't do anything about it.
Yeah, we just cannot have a situation where our police officers are beaten up on camera by, you know, a gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is unacceptable.
Well, we're going to change it, and we're going to get them out of the country. You know, when I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you couldn't get them back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get them back? Because under Obama, he couldn't get them back. They'd fly them in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries so you couldn't land the plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was $750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept it. And you know what happened? They all called me, every one of them. They said, we would be honored to take them back. Sure, we would be honored. It was so easy. But it's one of those things. And we got them back. We took in so many, you know, MS-13 is probably the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. We took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here. And their countries took them back. And because I said, you're not getting any more economic aid. And once I said that, they were nice. They wouldn't take them back for Obama. They wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take him back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
It's just gotta be done. We just can't have whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have, because they won't prosecute citizens either, not just illegals. So you can't have violent, repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get incarcerated.
That's right.
Because they will obviously, by definition, continue to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's and I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I mean, it's just that you want to have empathy for people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You have one layer deep empathy. You got to say, like, what if you don't incarcerate this person? Who are they going to hurt? Who are they might kill someone. They might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of empathy for the victims of the criminals, and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't make sense. That's why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy for criminals.
Right. And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that, it's going to all disappear. There's never been a society like this where you're allowed to do anything you want and nothing happens. And I'm talking about violent crime. And it's going to get more violent because these are really, really violent people. And we're going to get them out of our country, and we're going to get them back to because they were sent here by the presidents and by the various people that run those countries. And I know every one of those guys. And they're smart people, and they're streetwise people. And they really think that the USA is stupid. They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So, I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country experience. And I didn't need this. I'm like, I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. I didn't need to go through court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with, in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. But I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for doing it, actually. But if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again, because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down. And these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do things that are so bad. They say they're going to make a strong border. They say they've been great on the border, and they've been the worst in history. They say they're going to stop crime.
Like, the facts speak for themselves.
It's so incredible.
Speak for themselves. Like, it's got to a point where people starting to bother reporting crime in a lot of cities because they know nothing is going to happen. That's what I hear anecdotally from people all the time. So, it's just, my values, I'm just saying to people out there, like, the things that I think are important for the future is, like, we've got to have safe cities, we've got to have secure borders, we've got to have sensible spending, and we've got to have deregulation, and so we can have a prosperous future, and then we want to have some exciting, sort of moonshot projects that people can get fired up about, and that's the future I'm looking for, and I'm pro-environment, but I'm not against. I'm not like I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry because they're keeping civilization going right now, and but I do think we want to move at a reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think and so I mean that's why I'm supporting you for president.
Well, I appreciate it. We're going to give incentive to companies to come into our country, not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations, and we want to create jobs. And again, it's about the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream anymore, Elon. You don't hear. You're the American dream in the truest sense, but you don't hear about the American dream anymore, and you're going to hear about it. People, they need that incentive to go out and do it, and they're going to love their lives. I mean, they're going to look forward to getting up in the morning and going to a job that they love, not a job that they can't stand, or not any job at all where they have no money, where they literally have no money, and then they end up with violence and lots of other problems. No, we're going to do some great things, and I learned a lot in the first. We had a great economy and all of that. We rebuilt the military. We did so much, but I also learned the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things. The people, you learn. When I first came in, I tell people I was in Washington, D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over. And you don't know people. You rely on other people to give you names, and then you realize the people you relied on weren't so good. Now, we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have, used them had I known. Now I know everybody, and I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice, otherwise we're not going to have a country. And I really appreciate this. To me, it's been a lot of fun being with you. You're an amazing guy. You've done an incredible job, and a great inspiration to people. A great inspiration, and I hope you keep going and just continue to do well. And we're going to have a big election coming up, and I think November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. I think that election will be the most important election, and I think it'll end up being maybe the most important day in the history of our country, because if we don't win, I just feel so sorry for everybody.
No, I think we're at a fork in the road of destiny of civilization, and I think we need to take the right path, and I think you're the right path. So I think that's what it comes down to.
Thank you very much, Elon. It's a great honor, and we'll do it again sometime. And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot, but I hope you got a lot. I know you got a lot of them. So I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
There.
and in the present moment. So I do think that we might actually be the majority of young American Jews already. We are still the minority amongst all Jews, but I think, again, what we're trying to also do is help actually paint a much more honest and accurate picture of our community, which is one that is not united, but actually the opposite, incredibly divided and incredibly polarized over this issue.
Turning to you, Simone, do you think your findings will put Jews outside Israel off from ever wanting to live there? Challenging question, but Benjamin Netanyahu has often suggested that one of the biggest existential threats to the state of Israel may be not Hamas, not Islamic Jihad, not Iran, not Arab states surrounding Israel, but a reluctance by young Jews not to want to go there.
I mean, it's, we've seen time and time again pro-Israel organizations and individuals actually admitting that what they see as one of the biggest threats are, critical Jewish voices. We saw in the last election cycle, AIPAC poured millions of dollars into defeating Andy Levin, a former synagogue president, very active Jewish leader in Detroit, Michigan, because of his relationship with Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. And so I think what that speaks to me is that there is a deep hostility to the idea that Jews can coexist in multiracial democracies and coalitions. And part of what is so scary to me as a Jewish person in this moment is the way that pro-Israel politics often set Jewish communities apart from people who could be our natural allies. In this moment, we're seeing all around the world the actions of the Israeli military inflaming not only anti-Semitism, but also inflaming, Islamophobia and anti-Arab racism around the world. And people around the world, we should be committed to taking those issues on together, seeing that Jews and Muslims being attacked in the streets anywhere in the world right now is a threat to the safety of all of our societies. And this is also part of why it's so important to us to publicly challenge this conflation of all Jews with the state of Israel. That's why it's so concerning to me that President Biden repeatedly says that without Israel, there's not a Jew in the world who is safe. American Jews should be safe because we're Americans. It's the job of the American president to protect all people in the country that we live in, not to be sending bombs and guns to a foreign military across the world.
Let's drill into that a little bit more, if you don't mind, because a fierce debate is happening here in the UK at the moment as to whether or not the UK should stop sending arms to Israel. We know that Spain, the Netherlands, that Belgium and Canada have stopped handing over arms. The US, though, continues to send billions of dollars in weapons to Israel. So too does Germany. Does that make the world a safer place or a more dangerous place for Jews? Absolutely a more dangerous place for Jews.
I recently heard there's a Talmudic passage, it's like a saying from the rabbis who said that, love without accountability is not real love. And, I just wish that more people in our community would investigate that idea. What is this notion of love for a place with no accountability? Right now, we should all be yearning desperately for the Israeli military and the Israeli government to be held accountable for these, crimes that are being committed against the Palestinian people. A world in which any government, any military can massacre people at this scale, demolish entire cities at this scale, show such callous disregard for human life, and there to be no consequences. That should terrify all of us, the world, the precedent that is being created by this government being allowed to act in this way. And on top of that, to say that all of these horrors are being committed in the name of safety for our people, for Jewish people, I so deeply believe that that endangers Jews around the world, associating us with this absolutely reckless, untethered government that is showing such callous disregard for human life.
Now, I know that both of you have made enemies as a result of this film. I mean, you've both been called anti-Semitic, although you're both Jewish. And then there's that slur that you repeated multiple times in the film, self-hating Jew. Erin, I wonder if I can start by asking you, what is it like to be called a self-hating Jew?
I mean, luckily for us, we know how absurd and ridiculous it is. Again, my family fled violent anti-Semitism. My family has a long history of pride in our Jewish faith and our Jewish history, and in fighting for social justice in America and in other countries in which my family has lived. So I think it just shows that, you know, the pro-Israel right is not actually willing to engage with the material that our film talks about, and that the movements that our film covers actually, you know, talk about. What they're more interested in doing is totally trying to delegitimize us, pretending that we're either, again, self-hating Jews or not really Jews at all. And by doing that, by trying to delegitimize us so fully, they're basically saying, that's all we have to fight against you. They don't actually have good arguments against what we're talking about, so they treat us with slurs, they call us names, and we knew that would happen when we made this film.
It never gets less painful to be told, you know, that you're a traitor to your own people. I can just say that, you know, it's because I was raised in a community in which, you know, deep intellectual inquiry and critical education was prioritized, that when I learned these things about Israel, I kept wanting to learn more. And I wanted to be part of these, you know, rigorous and critical exploratory conversations about what all this meant. And I'm sorry that it's inconvenient to some people that, you know, the conclusions that I've come to didn't fit with the political views that they wanted me to have.
Towards the end of the film, I think it's fair to say there was an attempt at healing. We witnessed a Jewish rabbi in a therapeutic circle almost, talking to other Jews, sharing what it is like to feel like an outsider. Do you feel that these are fringe opinions? Are they left field, or are they mainstream? Simone.
I mean, these are opinions that have been pushed to the fringes of our community. There have been very active attempts, as we've already talked about, to, you know, smear anybody who dares to criticize the Israeli government, to stand with Palestinians as a traitor, as inauthentically Jewish, as self-hating. But we also know, as Erin mentioned, from polling, from the movements in the streets, we see these movements growing. We see Jews out in the streets, you know, calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, calling for Palestinian freedom, both because of our Jewish values and because of our commitment to our own community. We're doing it because we see that as also part of the way to fight anti-Semitism, to break this public perception that the horrors that we're seeing in Gaza are being done in our names. And every single day, that movement is growing as more and more people are facing the horrors that are being committed by Israel, the reality of what this country has become, and are speaking out and are joining the movement.
Before we go, I want to ask one question to both of you, and it's this. Erin, I wonder if I can start with you. I want to ask you, in the process of making this film, whether there is anything that you've seen, experienced, that you could be hopeful about.
I think I'm hopeful because of the massive movement of American Jews and diaspora Jews who are fighting for justice, both where they live as well as in Israel-Palestine. I'm incredibly inspired also by the incredible solidarity and the growing movements of both Jews and Palestinians working together across the world, who are fighting for safety and freedom for all people between the river and the sea. This is not going to be easy. Again, you know, the first thing we need obviously is a ceasefire, but also, again, I'm also incredibly encouraged by polling we're seeing about who wants a ceasefire. Again, you know, right-wing pro-Israel orgs in America have even said calling for a ceasefire is anti-Semitic. Polling shows over a majority of American Jews, over 50%, want a ceasefire. Only about a third of American Jews want the war to continue. So even though the larger pro-Israel organizations claim to represent us, their claim on leadership is going away. And people are beginning to realize that they actually do not represent mainstream American Jewish communities. And that mainstream American Jewish communities are progressive. We do support social justice. We do support equal rights, both where we live as well as in Israel-Palestine.
Simone, do you share those hopes?
I think for me, I'm taking a lot of hope from being in this growing movement, from seeing people who are speaking out, seeing people taking action for the first time, taking risks that they've never taken before, confronting their communities, confronting the institutions around them, and we can only hope that there will be accountability for these crimes and the opportunity to rebuild.
Simone Zimmerman, Erin Axelman, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera.
Thank you so much.
discussing the defining issues of our times.
What military, what government, what multinational doesn't want access to this hyper powerful AI?
Exploring the very real dangers of unchecked artificial intelligence.
How does AI shape the laws of war? We're talking about a technology that is built on the basis of concentrated surveillance power like the world has never seen.
Studio B, the AI series on Al Jazeera.
Latin America is a region of wonder, of joy, of tragedy, and yes, of violence. But it doesn't matter where you are, you have to be able to relate to the human condition.
Opposition deputies are trying to break their way into the National Assembly.
No country is alike, and it's my job to shed light on how and why.
Kevin Kelly, and we welcome you to Metal, a post-SummerSlam edition of Metal, Tom, and it certainly was a tremendous event.
Word on the street is that it was possibly the greatest SummerSlam ever, and talk about The Rock still the World Wrestling Federation champion. We also saw X-Pac and Road Dogg possibly dissolve their friendship.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Introducing first, representing B Generation X, weighing 240 pounds, X-Pac!
What's going through this young man's mind after SummerSlam? X-Pac earned a hard-fought win over Road Dogg, but from there, the handshake turned into a pump handle slam, and the Road Dogg apparently wants nothing to do with X-Pac.
I think it was an emotional night for all the superstars on SummerSlam, and you talk about emotion, what about the tables, ladders, and chairs match involving the Hardys, Dudleys, and the still World Wrestling Federation champions, Edge and Christian.
His opponent, from Guadalajara, Mexico, weighing 215 pounds, S.A. Rios.
So S.A. Rios has what I believe is the unenviable task of running into X-Pac, who you know has got to be upset, got to be fuming after what went down at SummerSlam, and I think the same could be said for Triple H, because the way SummerSlam ended with Kurt Angle leaving, with Triple H's wife, Stephanie McMahon Helmsley, in the arms of the Olympic gold medalist. Triple H not winning the World Wrestling Federation Championship. It couldn't have been a worse night for the game.
You're not kidding. I mean, here Triple H had it all figured out. Going to take Kurt Angle early in the game, early in the match. Going to take Kurt Angle out with that pedigree, and did. Kurt Angle suffered a concussion, but came out at the end of the match, as you said, to take away Stephanie McMahon Helmsley.
Up and over with the leapfrog. S.A. Rios could certainly match X-Pac move for move. And so a lot of speculation as to what was going on in the marriage of Triple H and Stephanie McMahon Helmsley as Raw began on Monday night. And of course, Kurt Angle, I think, was playing the role of the White Knight oh so well. No appearance by Stephanie on Monday. We found out on SmackDown the reason she wasn't on Raw is because she was bedside with her brother Shane, who was injured at SummerSlam. And look at this!
Wow! There were a few injuries at SummerSlam that didn't go unnoticed, just one being, as you said, Shane McMahon falling from that Titantron.
Wait a minute, here's a cover to count. I mean, almost a 60-foot fall for Shane McMahon.
What a hardcore matchup, though. Steve Blackman walking away the new champion at SummerSlam, and only Triple H could wish that he walked away with the World Wrestling Federation Championship, and that night his wife, Stephanie.
Yeah, well, of course, we're going to take you back to the week, review everything that happened involving this love triangle between Triple H, his wife, Stephanie, and Kurt Angle, and how eventually Triple H wound up going, wait a minute, a cover, count! out, 2 count only. How Triple H wound up going to the police, wound up being questioned by the police Thursday on SmackDown. You got to wonder, who is it that called the police? Who said that, well, Stephanie was a victim of spousal abuse going back to SummerSlam?
Come on, I mean, Stephanie said she didn't make the call, so I don't know. Would you maybe suspect the Olympic gold medalist making a call out of his goodwill gesture to take care of Stephanie?
I don't know, but we'll wait and see. And whoa! S.A. Rios literally flipped up onto the top rope and down. We're just getting started here on metal. We'll see Dean Malenko later on against Crash. Also, Too Cool against Lowdown.
Kevin, I gotta believe X-Pac feels pretty good coming out of SummerSlam. Even though he might have lost a friend, he did gain a victory. And again, here in the World Wrestling Federation, X-Pac might have become a little stale and maybe a little stagnant in a tag team situation. And it's going to make, I think, things like this, a singles win, give X-Pac that little bit of edge again.
Well, he's looking good against S.A. Rios, but S.A. has so much bite in him. Look at this now.
Whoa!
Oh, sensational springboard leg drop from the second rope. So now S.A. Rios sends X-Pac across, drop toe hold. Oh, man. Drop kick right to the side of the head. We, of course, will relive many moments of the past week. Some great moments happened at SummerSlam. And what about the special broadcast of Raw that was a record setter? Thanks to everybody that tuned in. More on Raw a little bit later on as now S.A. Rios has X-Pac in a precarious position. S.A. Rios, no! Oh, Sydney Splash going home.
Got his feet down first, kind of cushioned the blow.
X-Factor. And that will do it. X-Pac to win.
Here is your winner, X-Pac.
A great way to kick off this hour of metal. Tom and Kevin here with you ringside, and what a week it has been. It's conversation all over the world. People can't stop talking about SummerSlam.
Kevin, SummerSlam's just going to prove it. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And one more thing I learned this week is anything can and probably will happen here in the World Wrestling Federation.
Right now, let's go to the coach.
Guys, thank you very much. Hello, once again, everybody at Hartford. I am the coach, and I've told you for the last few weeks, a big announcement concerning the WWF and Hartford is coming this Monday night on Raw, so you need to watch that to find out what that big announcement is. But what about SummerSlam this past week? What an event it was. The best pay-per-view event, maybe, of all time. Well, the tables, ladders, and chairs match. Wow. Hardy Boys, Edge and Christian, yeah, and the Dudley Boys.
Our reaction to SummerSlam? Well, the Dudley Boys are pretty much ticked off. TLC Tables, Ladders, and Chairs was probably the most incredible match the WWF has ever seen. And Edge and Christian, you two pretty boy punks, slipped away by the skin of your teeth. It'll never happen again. Christian and Edge, Lady Luck has been riding on your shoulders, but it will be the Dudley Boys that knock her off. Testify!
We'll have more on SummerSlam a little bit later on in the show.
Later on, here on Metal, we've got Lowdown taking on the boys of Too Cool in what's certain to be non-stop tag team action.
Plus, Triple H and Stephanie's marital woes have escalated thanks to the work of Kurt Angle.
And when we come back, we'll see the smooth antics of Dean Malenko as he takes on the feisty Crash. Stay with us. A little later on, we'll take you to the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. Linda McMahon hosting a press conference there. The SmackDown Challenge. Waiting to see that as Dean Malenko, the light heavyweight champion's on the scene next here on Metal.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Introducing first, from Tampa, Florida, weighing 220 pounds, the World Wrestling Federation light heavyweight champion, Dean Malenko.
Well, Kevin, you talk about a guy with style and class, it's got to be Dean Malenko all the way. He not only shows it off outside the ring, but wait till he gets in action.
Man of 1,000 holds can find so many ways to defeat you. And, of course, if Dean Malenko can apply the Texas Cloverleaf, it'll be all over for this young man. Affectionately known as Elroy.
Where's the scale?
And he's off getting it fixed because the accuracy of that scale was always in question.
I beg your pardon.
The classic overachiever, Crash, next up to take on Dean Malenko. of course, still talking about SummerSlam. You mentioned, Tom, earlier on the tables, ladders, and chairs match. Edge and Christian somehow escaping with the gold. But as great as the matchup was, the tables, ladders, and chairs match, I thought the antics of Edge and Christian the following night on Raw really cheapened that win, really tainted the victory. Edge and Christian going to, I think, rather low heights, I guess you could say.
In other words, they went to a new low, but I think they were just having fun. Speaking of Edge and Christian, again, after that great victory over not only the Dudleys and Hardy Boys, but, I mean, coming out of the tables, ladders, and chairs match, what a physical matchup. And the tag champs obviously just wanted to have a little fun, if you will, at the expense of both teams.
Yeah, I get it. Good joke. Little fun. Crash drops an elbow in the small of Dean Malenko's back. Crash seems to be focusing his attack on the lower back of Malenko. That's usually the area that Malenko goes after. And boy, talk about Crash. Of course, his legacy cemented around that hardcore title, the champion for so long, so many different occasions. Steve Blackman, the champion now, once again after a sensational win. Oh, well, look at this. Oh, great submission maneuver, great roll-through counter. Simple step over toe hold, Tom, can apply so much pain.
No doubt about it, but Kevin, one thing I will give Steve Blackman is that he did not go into that matchup underestimating Shane McMahon. Blackman went in to fight, so did Shane McMahon, and both of these guys actually climbed that Titantron. And did you see the elbow that Blackman actually delivered on Shane McMahon once he fell over 80 feet on that tech area?
It was incredible, and of course, that's where Stephanie McMahon Helmsley was Monday during Raw. She was bedside as Shane McMahon was receiving medical treatment. And from there, the controversy between Shane, or excuse me, between Stephanie, Triple H, and Kurt ensued, and a near fall there by Malenko.
Malenko's a little shocked he didn't get a 3.
Of course, a little later on, we, of course, will take you back and show you everything that transpired in that love triangle that is now ensuing between Triple H, his wife, Stephanie McMahon Helmsley, and Kurt Angle. And as I told you, more news about Raw. That's right. Once again this week, Raw airs at a special time at 11 Eastern. And of course, for those of you out on the West Coast, Raw airs at its normal time of 9. Last week's was a record breaker. Expect more of the same this week. Raw at its special time. Crash reverse the Irish whip. Malenko up and over the top. Crash chest versus the buckle. Malenko tries to roll through. Great counter by Crash. Crash with the cover of his own 2. A hand was coming down for the 3rd time. Look at the strength of Malenko.
What a bridge. Now, if only Crash can reverse it. Great move by Crash.
Crash up and over the top. Hip toss. Roll through. Another near fall for Crash. 2 count only.
Very even matchup, Kevin.
Now Malenko, boy, just slips out of one move and into another. Backbreaker, cover, 2 count.
Man, you talk about Steve Blackman again being the hardcore champion. What about Taz this past week on Raw, trying to make a statement again, taking a cheap shot at the King and JR, Kevin?
There's this, wait a minute, great counter. Taz found out, don't mess with JR and the King, and don't turn your back on Steve Blackman. Texas Cloverleaf. Can he turn it over? Yes, he can. Wrenching back. Crashes, tap it out.
Here is your winner, the light heavyweight champion, Dean Malenko.
Well, Dean Malenko wins with style and grace and elegance. A tremendous victory for the light heavyweight champion over the Gunny and Davey Crash here on Metal. Still to come here on Metal, Gangrel is in the house and ready to show the Road Dogg power of the dark side.
And on the way, the People's Champ had his title up for grabs against Kane, but The Undertaker wasn't going to let his little brother walk away with him.
Welcome back to Metal. This portion of the program is brought to you by Stacker 2, the world's strongest fat burner. Call 1-800-LINE-LINE or visit www.stacker2.com.
And by Adidas, who invites you to experience the new SL for yourself, only at Foot Locker.
And by Skittles Bite-Sized Candies. Taste the rainbow of fruit flavors.
Oh, you didn't know?
Oh, yeah, I knew.
Your ass better call somebody.
So Road Dogg next on the docket here on Metal. Earlier in the hour,
You damn right.
we saw X-Pac. You gotta wonder if X-Pac's gonna be having an eye on the goings-on out here in the arena with Road Dogg out here, Tom.
Oh, there's no telling. I mean, I know X-Pac might have an eye watching on the monitor, and whether he'd want to interfere in this matchup or not, very interesting to see.
Of course, it was X-Pac who did gain the victory over Road Dogg at what many are saying was the greatest SummerSlam of all time. Of course, X-Pac wanted to shake hands afterward, and Road Dogg was not in a forgiving mood.
I wonder if Gangrel's in a forgiving mood this week.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Introducing, weighing 250 pounds, Gangrel.
Someone who was not in a forgiving mood was Val Venus, who was very upset at Trish Stratus for Trish losing the match at SummerSlam and costing Val the Intercontinental title.
Well, I've always said, even though Val tried to teach Trish a few moves before this match, you can show someone how to get in the ring, but they have to actually get in the ring and do it themselves.
Congratulations to China, the ninth wonder of the world. Once again, the Intercontinental Champion. So Val Venus, of course, wanted Trish Stratus to stay away from the immediate rematch, which happened the following night on Raw. I don't blame him. Once Trish came out, though, it seemed that Val was really distracted by that. China went on to victory Thursday on SmackDown. Val said, definitely stay away from me for now and forever, Trish. It was Val against Rikishi. And it was about to be stink-face time for Val as he renewed that old rivalry with Rikishi when the right to censor saved Val.
Well, obviously, Trish Stratus was nothing but a distraction, but the right to censor was there to save Val and obviously censor Rikishi.
Oh, boy, and Gangrel starting off fast and furious against Road Dogg here, who's run into a bit of a buzzsaw. Gangrel following in hard. Gangrel looking more and more aggressive each and every week. You have to wonder how the situation with X-Pac is weighing on the mind of Road Dogg. I don't know if Road Dogg is truly concentrating on Gangrel.
Well, I understand that especially after a SummerSlam like both men had, speaking of Road Dogg and X-Pac, again, emotionally spent, going into a matchup against a guy like Gangrel who has something to prove. Obviously, the Road Dogg had better not sell Gangrel short.
We mentioned China, of course, winning the Intercontinental title. China also now finds herself in the middle of this convoluted situation. Wow. I mean, first it was Kurt Angle getting involved with Triple H and Stephanie. Now it's Latino Heat seemingly sucked into this whole thing. And China and Stephanie getting nose to nose. And China coming to Triple H's aid emotionally, at least a little bit on Monday. And Thursday on SmackDown, Tom, China DDT'd the Princess. China took care of business when it came to Stephanie McMahon Helmsley.
I've got to wonder what's actually going through the mind of Triple H while he's sitting down at the precinct house getting booked for spousal abuse. And here is China and his wife in the middle of the ring, and China's taking care of business in her mind.
Triple H away from the arena for just about an hour, questioned by the authorities on spousal abuse. His knee in the midsection. Gangrel follows up corkscrew elbow. There is a cover. Referee Chad Patton slightly out of position. And Gangrel only gets a 1 count. We will, of course, show you how that whole situation with China and Stephanie, Kurt, Triple H being led away by authorities, Commissioner Foley forcing Stephanie to stay, forcing Stephanie to come out with Kurt in a matchup with Eddie Guerrero in just a few moments, fans. We'll take you back in just a few moments.
Kevin, I mean, even though The Rock had a tremendous night at SummerSlam, still the WWF champion. The Rock was on the Source Hip Hop Awards this past Tuesday night.
You tuned in,
Well, yes, I did. I saw him perform with Wyclef Jean. It just doesn't matter. And, of course, it was off Wyclef's new album, Eclipse.
That's that one I know is in stores now. And reversal of the Irish Whip. Oh, and a double knockout. Both men are down. Very physical contest here on Metal. Road Dogg just several hours removed from the war with X-Pac at SummerSlam. Gangrel wanted to prove he belongs in the upper echelon of the World Wrestling Federation.
Jab by Road Dogg making their mark.
Hard right hand. He's a chip off the old block of the bullet. Wow. Oh, man. Down across the back and chest there. Gangrel, eyes rolled skyward. Shake, rattle, roll time. Hook of the leg. Is it enough? No, sir. Chad Patton gets to 2. Gangrel kicks out. Tag team action in just moments. Lowdown against Too Cool. That's going to be a war.
Oh,
Shots to the midsection. And now, can he set, deliver? Yes, the one-handle slam. Same thing X-Pac got at SummerSlam. Gangrel gets here on Metal.
Here is your winner, Road Dogg.
Road Dogg's got a
feel a little better than he did at SummerSlam, no doubt about it. Gotta wonder what's next for Road Dogg, what's next for X-Pac, and what's next here on Metal? Well, still to come. We want you to stick around. Scotty 2 Hotty and Grandmaster Sexay have some moves in store for Lowdown. And up next, we'll see how Chyna and Eddie had an impact on Kurt and Stephanie's friendship. Metal is coming back. Back to Metal in just 3 weeks. RC Edge presents Unforgiven. RC Edge, not just cola, power cola. Unforgiven comes to you live from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
You about ready, GMS? Yeah, man, those two friggin' front and busters Lowdown better bow down, because we better throw down.
Yeah, those two clowns are gonna frown after they go down in this showdown.
What'd you say? Right.
That tag match is next. So will the candidates accept the SmackDown challenge? You can get out there and register to vote. We don't care who you vote for, as long as you do. Over 40,000 people have already registered to vote with the SmackDown Your Vote campaign.
Contest is scheduled for one fall. Entering the ring at a combined weight of 520 pounds, D'Lo Brown and Chaz Lowdown.
Chaz and D'Lo feeling that they don't need to get to the next level, that they are the next level. And tag team competition was certainly taken to that next level, Tom, at SummerSlam, the incredible TLC match. Unbelievable. The champion still Edge and Christian, but Lowdown's got to get past Too Cool before they think about anything else.
My freaking detective friend, Nick, somehow wandered off and got stuck inside this building.
Obviously, Too Cool would like to have a chance at Edge and Christian to get the tag team championships back around their way. Did you see that moment towards the end of the TLC matches? Devon and Jeff Hardy were both hanging 20 feet above the ring, battling, jockeying for position, trying to get the belts. I mean, it was just an incredible sight. It's one of many sights, not only the TLC match, but in SummerSlam overall. No doubt about it. Word on the street is this was probably the best SummerSlam ever produced by the World Wrestling Federation. And talking about that tables, ladders, and chairs match, what about when Bubba Ray fell from that huge 20-foot ladder onto 4 tables on the outside of the ring? It was incredible. Boy, Chaz and D'Lo not even waiting for the bell. They seem so focused and determined to Lowdown to garner that victory that will get them right into tag team title contention. Yeah, but we talked a lot about the moments of SummerSlam. Too Cool was also involved in SummerSlam. What a tremendous 6-man matchup against the Right to Censor. That's right. It's the campaign of Right to Censor as they continue to strike down what they believe is not right for you fans. The Right to Censor, Steven Richards, believing that they know what you folks should watch, what you should think, and what you should do. As Grandmaster Sexay rudely greets D'Lo with a boot to the jaw. Nice missile drop kick off the second rope. Shoots the hand. Teddy Long in position, 2 count only. Well, again, Too Cool wants to get in the tag team competition race for the titles, no doubt about it. But Grandmaster and Scotty 2 Hotty right now working excellent as a tag team.
These guys' pants.
Look at this. Man, incredible teamwork there by Too Cool. Yeah, but you're wasting a little too much time, in my opinion, on this. Don't let your guard down against someone like D'Lo Brown. Boy, what we saw just moments ago. What about Triple H? The last we saw him, he was on his way to a police station. Tom, do you think that he saw Angle once again helping his wife Stephanie coming out there to her aid? Well, I don't know if Triple H actually knows what happened at the end of that matchup, but I think it's really taken its toll on Triple H. And you know, if you have a friend like Kurt Angle and Stephanie McMahon Helms is your wife, I think that Triple H is a little too smart for that line, if you know what I mean. Well, I know that I think everybody is pretty much onto what Kurt Angle, what his goals are in all of this. It's pretty obvious to me that Kurt Angle has designs on Stephanie. Well, I was thinking that maybe Kurt was the Olympic champion that he is, the Olympic hero, the American hero that Kurt really is. Possibly that he was telling the truth, but when that special kiss came to happen, and especially what happened at SummerSlam with Kurt taking Stephanie back in his arms, that showed me that maybe it is just a little more than friendship. Same thing happened again Thursday on SmackDown. This time, though, it was a Chyna DDT that landed Stephanie in unconscious bell. D'Lo just yanks Scotty off the apron.
Come on.
And the fight's going on out here on the floor now. You got to wonder what Triple H is going to do. And also, who's the #1 contender? Commissioner Mick Foley has a decision to make and what to do. Wait a minute now, a count of 2. Those questions and more to be answered this Monday on Raw, as once again Raw airs at a special time.
Where'd he go?
In the East,
disappeared
On
again.
the West Coast, it airs at a normal time, 9 p.m. Special time for Raw once again, 11 p.m. Eastern this Monday.
Kevin, we talk about what Triple H and Stephanie are going to do along with maybe Kurt Angle and China. But again, what is Kane going to do? He proved again that he became a monster, and now The Undertaker has stopped him from becoming the World Wrestling Federation champion. I mean, what's going to happen between Kane and Triple H, The Rock, The Undertaker this week on Raw?
We'll find out then. And Chaz now isolated on Scotty. Has Lowdown. Jack.
All right, don't go anywhere, Nick.
Center of the ring. Another tag made. Grandmaster Sexay imploring this crowd to make some noise.
D'Lo again is very impressive in the ring with Chaz as Lowdown, but Too Cool has held the championship before. And Lowdown has yet to even get there, but Scotty 2 Hotty now making some kind of comeback.
Here we go now.
And whoa, nice duck.
DDT.
Chaz ready for the tag.
As is Grandmaster Sexay.
Just like straight up like, no, I really don't.
Corners encouraging their partners to tag.
Right in Teddy Long, laying the count down. What a battle this has been.
We're out in the middle of this.
Tag made with Chaz. Tag made with Grandmaster. Here we go.
What a backdrop. Oh!
Nice drop kick there from Grandmaster Sexay. As D'Lo comes in, he gets a little...
Where the hell is he? Nick!
Grandmaster.
Stupid piece of shit.
Now up on the ropes.
Scotty slipped in from behind. D'Lo was looking to lower the move on Grandmaster. And
shit.
Going to pay for it.
Talk about a 4-letter word that D'Lo never wants to hear. It's W-O-R-M.
Take it in. Oh! Exclamation point on the worm by Scotty 2 Hotty.
Flapjack there, center of the ring. Grandmaster Sexay now going to the top.
Well, Grandmaster's taking those goggles up top with him, so if he gets a chance to put them on, this could possibly mean he's going airborne, trying to hit that hip-hop drop.
Wait a minute.
Whoa!
D'Lo, wait a minute. D'Lo in from behind.
Oh, come on! Well, Teddy Long is calling for the bell, and it's in the ring, Kevin.
Well, D'Lo just rang the bell of Grandmaster Sexay, preventing Too Cool from getting the win.
That's you guys actually. Alright, here it is. Good name.
Woo!
Disqualification. Where you at? Let's go.
Too Cool!
The right decision made there by Teddy Long. Winners by DQ. Scotty 2 Hotty and Grandmaster Sexay, the team of Too Cool.
Master
Well,
Sexay.
we talked earlier about The Undertaker stopping Kane from being the WWF champion, but Chris Benoit was hot about that as well.
A lot of questions to be answered this coming Monday on Raw. Who will be the #1 contender? Right now with all the latest, let's go to the coach.
Hello once again, everybody. Welcome back. As I mentioned before, SummerSlam, what an event it was. 10 great matches. The Rock still the WWF champion. China, the 9th one of the world, the new Intercontinental champion. And what about that one-on-one matchup? The Undertaker against his brother, Kane. Well, earlier this week, I caught up with The Undertaker and asked him about that match at SummerSlam.
But what you fail to realize is when you get out there into the ring, Kane, that's my yard. And I'm still the big dog in the yard. And that goes for you or anybody else in the World Wrestling Federation that wants to jump in my yard. I'm sitting on the front porch. So if you jump in, it's a lot easier than jumping out.
Oh, it's The Undertaker.
Anytime you want some, come get some. I'm
But
right
it's not
here.
The Undertaker.
Yeah, punk.
You need something to take the
Is this the American Badass or something?
SummerSlam once again proved that nobody does pay-per-view, like the WWF.
I almost said WWE. Oh no, WWE came after WWF. Oh, look at this editing. Damn. Attitude.
goes to enter the ring from Mobile, Alabama, weighing in excess of allegedly well over 400 pounds, Crash! His opponent, weighing 216 pounds, Jason Lee.
Hello, everybody. I'm Michael Cole, in for vacationing Kevin Kelly, along with Dr. Tom Pritchard at ringside. And Dr. Tom, the best thing about being back on metal is the fact that Howard Finkel's the ring announcer.
Oh, unbelievable. Michael, but you talked about it earlier. Will Stone Cold Steve Austin show up at the sold-out First Union Center in Philadelphia? Only 2 weeks away. Made a special announcement this past week on SmackDown talking about he has an idea who might have been behind the wheel, who ended his career almost 9 months ago.
As Crash starts things off against Jason Lee, it was a stunning announcement from Stone Cold Steve Austin, no pun intended. Oh, wait a minute, cover by Jason Lee, kick out by Crash, nice drop toe hold by Jason Lee. Stone Cold Steve Austin, Dr. Tom, basically wants the person who ran him over at Survivor Series last November to come forward. And if that person doesn't come forward, cover by Crash and a kick out, Stone Cold Steve Austin is going to interrogate every superstar beginning in 2 weeks at Unforgiven.
Michael, you got to believe there's a lot of people pretty nervous in the